And good morning and welcome to the House of Havoc at NHRL. We have prelims for you for round 6. It is October. It is action-packed. We are going to go to Cage 2 for Blunder versus Nitro Hornet.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we're off top of the morning to you. Let's get to the action. Nice hit there. Blunder and Nitro Hornet. Nice matchup, nice hit. And now they're gonna exchange blows here. Oh, and there goes Blunder into the air. Nice hit by Nitro Hornet. 2 beater spinners early in the morning. You love to see it. Oh, and into the corner. Blunder is getting a beatdown right now. And how quickly Nitro Hornet maneuvers around the cage. Truly a sting like a bee functionality from that bot. Now seems to have a little bit of mobility issue from Blunder, doing a bit of crab walking. We'll see if that gets righted here as we're still under 2 minutes left in fight number 1. Both robots seem to be having a little bit of mobility issue now. You can hear those weapons, though. They are still a-humming. Just got to figure out who's going to get the next big hit. Or have we seen all the big action that we're going to from these 2 bots? There's a good exchange. And now Nitro Hornet pinned up, and they correct. Oh, but Blunder went from crab walking to no walking whatsoever. Nitro Hornet doing a little bit of that back and forth. So both at 2 minutes in having drive issues. And here comes the Brett. And this will be Blunder's 1 unstick. So you see the new graphic we have above there. The X is if they have used their complementary unstick and the tap out. First fight will not go the distance, but we do have a winner. All right, and now to Cage 6, Young, Yellow, and Flip, Flop, Flip. Oh, nice hit there by Young Yellow. A low 2-wheel drive vert. Flip, flop, flip. Flopping around a little bit there. That is a mouthful of a name, isn't it? Flip, flop, flip has an unstick available. Both bots motionless. With 30 seconds coming up left in the fight. Would have liked to have seen a little more of this, but it looks like these two may go the distance. Oh, the hum of a primary weapon early in the morning. Is there any better sound at NHRL? I think not. Oh, and another good hit there by Young Yellow. Oh, and another. And this one will go to the judges. So one tap out and now a judge's decision. Looking for a knockout now, and those of you with any NHRL bingo cards for event day, you're going to have quite a few squares covered before we're even into KO territory. All right, and now Cage 2 once again. Master Controlbot, or MCB for short, against Boost. Sounds like there's some Boost fans in the audience. I hear the Boost. Boost is made by Maximizer builder Jake Hoffman. So this will be a bot to watch, I'm sure. For the sports fans out there, that's a kind of like a coach's tree, right? So we have a builder with great lineage building another bot. Let's see how it does. I feel like we're pausing for dramatic effect. I'll take it. First thing out the gate in the morning. Third fight. A little bit of dramatics here. Some anticipation. Yeah, 5 o'clock being a jersey number, I have seen stranger ones, anniversary dates, birth dates even. 316, obviously a popular one, depending on if you're religious or a WWE fan. Could have many meanings, but 5 o'clock, that's a new one for me as far as a jersey number. Let's see if it catches on. I heard the magic word. Are they ready? Let's hope they're ready. I'm ready. You ready? Let's get it on.
5, 4, 3.
Countdown is underway, and we are back to robot action in the House of Havoc. Nice little cage rush there by Boost. Nothing from the primary weapon yet. Hasn't even begun to spin up. So Master Controlbot controlling this one. Oh, now pinned to the wall, and there's the weapon. It was worth the wait. Yes. Oh, and we've got bot parts of flying in cage number 2. And now Master Controlbot is stuck. And there's a nice hit by Boost. And it unsticks Master Controlbot. They're pinned in the corner, and another good hit. That overhead saw means business. Master Controlbot, though, found a way under Boost, giving it a little taste of its own medicine here as they square off in the cage center. Doing a little bit of robot tango. Oh, man, we got two very skilled drivers for this one. And that's what you like to see early. Makes for an entertaining fight. Under a minute 40 now, and another solid connection from Boost with that overhead saw. Oh, and another. You can hear the excitement from Jake and company. You love it when a bot or a plan comes together, and it looks like that's what we're seeing here with Boost. right, Master Controlbot trying to get under there and just avoid taking damage. We're under a minute, so this one is likely to go to a judge's decision. The action that I've seen so far, I'd have to lean towards boost just on aggression and damage dealt alone, but you know what they say when you assume. Master Controlbot has not shied away from the fight, so I gotta give him credit there. They're doing what their bot is capable of, using their functionality to their advantage in this. And now it looks like we may have a sticky situation for Boost in the corner there, as they will use their available unstick. But it won't matter. We are going to go the distance and to the judges. What a fight early on in the morning. Jake and company very happy. I'm very happy, and I wasn't even part of either team, but I just love early morning robot action. And to the pits we go. Some Skycam action, and we've got the team from the UK there. And I talked to them yesterday, and they said that they weren't really interested in beating any of the American teams, but Craig Danby, they definitely want to get a W against him because apparently he left, and they took that personally. But we're happy to have Craig Danby here, excited to see his bot in action. I go back a ways with Craig, great guy. He loves his robotics. We're both cat dads, which also, speaking of cat dads, Zach Lytle right there, Team Scorpios. They brought Ringleader. This is his first official NHRL event. He's very excited to be here. Looked at the bot yesterday. That thing, well, I mean, Zach builds great bots just in general, but this one I think is going to really have a great debut here for NHRL. It is the fall, it is October, it is action-packed time of year, and you gotta love it. This is the best month in sports, period, and you can add combat robotics to that as well as we get ready for international teams occupying our space in the pits. Riobots is here. Gotta love to see those guys. We've got veterans here. We've got newcomers here. We've got international teams here. It is truly Rocktober for those who celebrate. Happy Rocktober. I know I do, and we are rocking. It is prelims. It is early in the morning, and you love the smell of the pits. They say you can't smell video or a photo. You can smell this shot of the pits right here. Smells like robot destruction. Oh, and there's Eruption builder Brian Boxel. His dad Glenn is here helping out, though not competing. So we do have a Boxel being represented at NHRL. So the streak continues. Excited to see his bot in action. I haven't seen Brian compete yet before with NHRL, so I'm obviously very excited about that opportunity. Yes, the pits, the beehive of NHRL, always buzzing, always humming. That's where the magic happens, folks, right here at the House of Havoc. Upcoming matches. We got some 3-pound matchups for you. All in Cage 2. Red Panda versus Mijo. Comet versus Smorgan. Smoring. Got it. With correction in my ear. Thank you. Ghastly versus Mini Toro, which is Team Riobot's version of their 250-pound heavyweight bot, you may remember. Very excited to see that one in action. They have a formula, a recipe, a method for how they make robots down there in Brazil. And when I talked to Marco last night, I said, hey man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You guys make great bots, even if they all look the same. Do what you guys do best, and that is make robots that just rip other robots to shreds. Now, here's a great shot of the prime time pit area. You must earn your way to those coveted tables, because that is where the real magic happens. Once we get through the prelims, through the knockout rounds, the win and move on, lose and go home, it's prime time. And the pit area has assigned tables for those teams that should be so fortunate. They have prepped, they have prepared, they have planned, they have fought their way into prime time. They will go seated right there. And now, back to Cage 2 for some more action. It's time for Red Panda versus Mijo. Mijo, for those of you that speak Spanish, is my son.
5, 4,
Fun fact for you
3,
today.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, and a nice cage rush there. Okay, Mijo, I see you. Red Panda, though, they're just trying to get balance their motor and their weapon humming at such a high velocity that they're just trying to keep square on the ground, and now they will get flipped over, but still drivable, and now they have been corrected, courtesy of Mijo. Both bots, their weapons are spinning so fast that all wheels, and Mijo only has the 2, are having a hard time staying on the floor at the same time. Love it. So a little bit of cage chaos right now, as I like to call it, as both bots, clearly capable of some heavy damage, they just got to find a way to connect, and we get a nice connection there by Mijo, and another. Let's go. We are at 2 minutes left in the fight, a minute in, and we've already had some nice exchanges. Still anybody's fight in this one, though. All right, Red Panda seems to have centered themselves, so to speak, and now trying to deliver some punishment to Mijo, but Mijo, man, they're not taking it. They're taking it to Red Panda. Red Panda inverted, flipped fully around, still inverted. A little bit of the armor coming off there on the right side. Mijo, man, what a vicious bot. Should have been called My Goodness, not My Son. I don't know what Spanish is for My Goodness, but hey, there's a name for you. Mijo having just the best of time getting under Red Panda, which is surprising because Red Panda is so much lower to the ground. But they connect with that weapon, they lift them up just enough, and then they just get right underneath there. And look at all the bot debris in the corner. That's right, folks. You know it's NHR action when you see the bot debris. The bot confetti scattered amongst the cage. Ooh, now we have a motionless Mijo. What a turn of events with less than 30 seconds left in the fight. They will get an unstick. Or did they call for it? I see both X's still up there in the graphic, and we get a knockout. So they may have just said thanks, but no thanks. Wow. What a turn. Solid fight, though. There's the crowd, you see. We got fans here so dedicated. They're here first thing in the morning. They're like, I haven't had some good old-fashioned Havoc-style robot action in 3 months. So let's get after it. Team WPI in the house. Yes, they are celebrating former alumni Jared with Red Panda. Smile, boys, you were on camera. Alex Grant there is today's tournament steward. And builder of Dutch Oven. You may have heard that name before. I remember we were saying it a lot at the last event. I don't believe we have any flamethrower bots at this tournament, though, if I recall our meeting yesterday in production. Back to the pits. Ooh. Back to cage 2 we are. Comet taking on Smoring. That's the only way I can say it now, because when I was trying to pronounce it, that's what came through my earpiece. And now it's the only way I will ever remember how to pronounce that bot. It's with a little... Connor, builder of Comet, another WPI member. And for those of you that are thinking of some bots to watch potentially today, I mean, based on my notes from yesterday, Crazy Diamond in the 12-pound division looks like a fun one. It's built like a 3-pounder with an udder cutter. It's anxiety inspired. Very interested to see how that one works out. Another one is Unabonga, who fought earlier. Talked to Kris yesterday as he was in his full Fred Flintstone outfit. Love when they dress the part. That one's a fully invertible
5, 4,
spinner.
3, 2, 1.
And
Fight,
here we go.
Robots fight.
Back to the action as Comet comes out and sends Smorin into the air. But now Comet already in trouble, and we're less than 15 seconds in. Oh, but they avoid the unstick for the moment. Did I speak too soon? Oh, there they go again. Okay, and they self-right. That was fast. And then that happens again. So this is a common thing you see with bots built like that. Most of them can drive upside down. Not nearly as effective as they are the right side up. But if you can't self-right on your own, you at least can avoid an unstick or a sticky situation by being able to drive upside down like Comet clearly can. It's mainly being dragged around by your weapon at that point, but some bots do have the ability to actually drive right side and upside down. But now we've got a little bit tango going with one of Smorin's bots. They're kind of flip-flopping around, trying to get under Comet again. I do not see that weapon spinning on Comet, though. Yeah, that is not a factor at the moment. So one of Smorin's bots out of commission at the moment. Comet's weapon not functioning right now. So we have a pushing match with two bots. We are under the 1 minute 25 second mark here. This one should go the distance. I do not envy the judges because, I mean, the action in this one happened so early, so fast. And now it has slowed way down. Still got two bots going after it. Obviously, you know, you want to get those wins in as early as possible. That's what the prelim qualifiers are for. The more you win, the less you have to worry about. That's the motto. That's my motto. I said it once. All right, Comet pinning Smorin. So now with the weapon ineffective, just trying to get some control points there, if you want to call them that. So they get a pin, they have to release after so many seconds. And now both bots for Smorin are back up and humming. Still though, this has been a weaponless fight for about 2 minutes as we are under the 15-second mark. Short of a knockout. We will see this go to a judge's decision. And still, based on what I saw, I do not envy the judges for having to figure out which way that one went. few more bots to watch if you're making a list for the rest of prelims or even the KO show later on today in prime time. Riposaur, that's the Craig Danby robot that he's brought. 30-pounder. It's his first destructive bot that he's made. Craig Danby, notorious for control and flip bots. But this one, he said, he doesn't like losing. He wants a fun robot that can win. I can't say I blame him. But he had the design in his back pocket for a while. Pink mohawk that you'll see on the bot is for the girls' team that he mentored as a nice homage to them. So his first fight will be his test fight. He's very excited to be here. We're happy to have Craig. And as we see there at the test box, we got Honeycraft and Jacob Maximizer. Folks that when they come ready to compete. Honeycraft, it seems like that yellow is all over the pits in some way, shape, or form, much like Team Pandemonium. It's one of those robot coaching trees, so to speak. I guess you'd call it a team tree? Patent pending, trademark pending. But yeah, team trees, very much a thing here at NHRL and in combat robotics. You're part of a team to get your start, and then you're like, hey, you know, I think I want to kind of maybe try my own thing, and you branch off, quite literally. So, back to Cage 2. And it is time to welcome the team from Brazil. Real bosses here. It's Ghastly versus Mini Toro. Oh, can you hear the excitement in my voice? Because I am ready for this one. I'm ready. Yes, they are.
5, 4.
Countdown is
3,
on, and we are ready to go.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ghastly comes out, and a nice exchange there by the two bots. It's a very bright green color. I'm digging it. So Ghastly is the bright, obnoxiously lime green color. And Mini Toro is the mini bot flipping it in the air with that drum beater. Oh, man. And another solid hit there. Like I said, these guys from Brazil just make great bots, man. And you see Marco observing, watching. Listen to that weapon. Ghastly's got some armor starting to come off. I expect nothing less. And a little bit of bot chaos going on in there as they flip-flop around. That's just how fast that weapon is spinning. It's hard to drive and get that thing up to full speed. They're making it work. They are strategically picking Ghastly apart right now. Working on that one wheel that's slightly exposed. They're gonna flip it up into the corner, pin it up against the house bot. Looks like Ghastly is gonna need an unstick. And they will get their unstick. All right, so they have used their one available unstick. For those of you wondering about the new graphic up at the top there and the X, that is for the unstick. So when you see the X, that means they have one available. If it's no longer there, that means they have used it. Their complimentary unstick, if you want to call it that. Like a continental breakfast at your hotel. You can use it or not. It's your choice. But it has been used by Ghastly. Ghastly's still out there trying to get some points on their side. Their weapon, though, has stopped functioning. Meanwhile, Mini Toro's weapon very much functioning and at a high speed. As they go in, they're going to try to work that other side of Ghastly now. It looks like we are under the 35-second mark now. This one likely to go the distance, but man, you got to give it up for Team Rio bots as they continue to just pick apart and flip around and toss around Ghastly. They are a team to watch in this tournament. We're happy to have them. 15 seconds left. There's just enough time for a knockout. I don't think we will have one, though. Okay, this will go to the judges. I feel like I could say, if I were a judge, which side I would lean to in that one, but I am not a judge, and so I will leave it in the perfectly capable hands of our judges here at NHRL to decide that one. But man, real bots. That's it, that's the tweet, real bots. Welcome to NHRL, guys. We love having you. For those of you that watched our last couple of events, Jelly Baby is back. Paige has brought her 3-pounder back to competition. She's qualified. She's got a golden dumpster, but what's better than a golden dumpster? 2 golden dumpsters. She didn't say that, but I did. But she wants to be the first Controlbot to have multiple golden dumpsters under her belt. So, made very few changes last time. Hey, we have a Kyle Crows sighting up in the pits. Looks like he's talking shop with some of the builders there. Getting ready for his time on the mic for commentary. For you Crows crazies out there, big Kyle fans, 10:30 is when he will be on the mic for commentary. Let's take a look at the qualifying graphic here as we get that thrown up on the screen. So this is how it works, all right? This is how you advance in the prelims. You have an opening round, you start 0-0. If you win, you're on the cusp. If you lose, you are knocked down to what is called redemption. From there, if you win, you go to the bubble. And if you lose again, though, you're eliminated. If you win from redemption, you're on the bubble at 1-1. 2 wins, you advance. 1-1 bubble, 0-2 out. Try to keep it as simple as possible. Everybody gets 2 fights, but only 2 fights. So you want to avoid having to redeem yourself, so to speak. The bubble is an okay place to be, but like I said, you want to get these wins in as early as possible. The more you... Yeah, we got teams from all over the place. There's a Ricky Willems sighting. They're talking to the UK team. We got teams from China, Brazil, the UK, even a team member from France is part of that table with the United Kingdom flag there. But yes, this is one of the best parts of the day when the pits are full and they're buzzing. Nobody's lost yet for the most part, so everybody's still in high spirits. Yes, there's the team from China. Looking forward to seeing how they do here. These are some long flights, not just from across the pond, but from around the world. All wanting to be right here in the House of Havoc for NHRL. And that's the kind of variety in action that we bring you here in the House of Havoc every month. We've missed you, fans. 3 months was too long. We're back to Cage 2. All right, so loaded into the cage is B-Roll and Rattlecan. All right, looking forward to this one. Interesting bot I'm seeing there in the red corner. Wow, I'm only speechless because I'm so intrigued. I was like, I want to see how this works. That is B-roll you're looking at. I think pretty obvious. Looks like a bumblebee. For those of you in production broadcasting, that is not B-roll like the footage that you get to lay over the top of a montage. That is literally a bumblebee that looks like a sushi roll with wheels. And there's Jonathan, Team Huge. They build great bots too. Yes, hi, you're on camera. I hear the ready and ready. Are you ready, fans? Let's get to the action.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Here we
fight.
go. A little bit of a cage rush there from B-roll, which is driving more controlled than Rattlecan, but now doing some wheelies. Okay. Rattlecan looks stuck already, and we're less than 15 seconds into the fight. And there goes B-roll. Yeah, Brett needs to chill out, man. Like, what did B-roll do to Brett? Nothing. All right, we got some bot parts of flying. Primary weapon, or weapons, for B-roll up to speed. But Rattlecan, though, that weapon is not spinning like it was to start and is now upside down. They lose a wedge. So we got some bot pieces and B-roll. Man, I don't know if I had a bot, if I would want to approach that thing. It looks just like unpredictable madness in the cage from B-roll. Like, what's it going to do if I touch it? So it's just kind of wheeling in the center there. And Rattlecan, I don't know if they're even sure what to do. Their primary weapon is back up to speed. So now B-roll has kind of slowed itself down, centered itself. And now needs an unstick. Okay, I didn't see how they got stuck. But now, as you'll see on the graphic, no X's, no X by either bot name. Both have used their complementary unstick, and now we get a tap out. Well, I would have liked to see that one gone on a little longer. But hey, that's the prelim life, man. You just never know what's going to happen. All right, so B-roll. I will reserve my opinion. I was intrigued. I was entertained. But I got, less than 3 minutes of action from it. Would have liked to have seen a lot more. It did some damage. But yeah, that's a bot that I think you watch for and be like, what's this gonna do? This is a fun bot to see in the cage. So now our staff is going to clean the cage, get ready for the next fight. Hope everybody got screen grabs of how great the cages looked before any of the fights started. That's as good as they're going to look today. 3 months off, they're still going to be just as beat up as they are for any other event. But, yep, great shot right there. You see we've already got chips out of some of the wood. Brett, though, smiling, happy. It's a happy house bot. Yeah, you see Big Blue right there, fans? That's Tony Shark. That is a shark who, when I went up and talked to them last night, man, just what a fun family affair robot building can be. We got several families here. This is a father-son duo. And basically, the bot looks great, right? For all intents and purposes. But the dad is very much like, we'll see how it works. I think he's confident in its functionality, but as far as the damage it can deliver, there's some question marks around that. But some big, beautiful blue wheels on there, and then a shark tail to help balance it out. It looks like a fun bot. And so now Robbie, though, that bot looks like it can do some damage. So we have very much a fight of two very different types of bot here. But hey, if they're excited, if they're having fun, we're having fun. And that's what is important here at NHRL. We got a lot of competitors, a lot of teams that come here just because it's their version of NFL Sunday at the house. You know, this is what their family does. This is their passion, their hobby, their project.
5,
and
4,
now we are ready
3,
for more action.
2,
Let's see how
1.
Tony Shark and Robbie
Fight,
do.
robots, fight.
All right, so Robbie getting under Tony Shark there. Oh, and some blue is coming off already. Oh, a little bit of drivability issue there. Oh, is Robbie stuck? I didn't see that from that angle. Okay, so Robbie already cashing in his unstick. Did not see that coming, but clearly dishing out the damage. So, you know, I can't say that if you look at the unstick and be like, oh, they used their unstick. I don't know how this one's going to go. It's kind of one of those things where it's like timeouts. You know, it doesn't matter how many you have or how many you've used. At the end of the day, it's what's on the scoreboard. And right now, Robbie is racking up some points. Look at the wheels of Tony Shark. They are just getting shredded as if it was being attacked by a shark in the cage. Tony Shark trying to figure out the best way to approach Robbie. Every event I ask the builders, I say, who's your eye test? Who's your test of strength as far as the functionality of your robot? A lot of them will say the first fight because obviously, you know, you've prepped and planned as much as you can. You're here. It's showtime. But I feel like this is a true test of strength for Tony Shark against a bot like Robbie. I mean, this is a very interesting matchup as far as design goes. And so Robbie is upside down, now backside up. And Tony Shark, though, not backing down from the fight. I applaud them. They're going to just keep going after the action. There's a quote from a great movie. Should have been Oscar nominated. Ready to Rumble is the movie where the guy says, remember, attack their strengths. He says, do you mean weaknesses? No, their strengths. That's where the action is. And that is Tony Shark's approach right now. Attack the strengths as he's got guts spilled out on the bot floor. Still moving around. Robbie, we got a battery tail in place of the shark tail. Robbie upside down. You hear the crowd, the builders. Wow, some momentum truly swinging back and forth in this. I hear a countdown. We're less than 30 seconds, but we're going to have what looks like a knockout, possibly. No, it's an unstick, so both bots have used their unstick. 15 seconds left in this one, but there is what used to be a shark tail,
Tap out.
a battery tail. The battery is no longer attached to the tail, and now a tap out. Thank you, gentlemen, though. That was a very entertaining fight for us this morning. Those guys are great. They really are. They got poker chips for their bots. Those of you in attendance, stop by their table. I collected a couple last night. They're awesome. Tony Shark gets shredded as if attacked by a shark. I think if Tony Shark can make a bot that dominates, anytime they fight, we're going to start calling whatever cage they're in the shark cage. All right, I'm just going to throw that suggestion out right now because how do you miss that opportunity? Let's get a great white bot and a Tony Shark bot, have them fight, and it'll be called the shark cage. And yeah. We're set. So that'll be Robbie with a W. 15 seconds left in the fight. Both bots use their unstick. So again, those bingo cards got to be filling up pretty quick here, NHRL fans. Whatever's on them. They also, the team for Tony Shark has a bot, Penguin. Penguin, if you are picking up what I'm laying down there. So Penguin, but pain, right? Pun intended. And that bot looks like it should be taken very seriously, and I mean that, you know, sincerely. I looked at the design, I was like, this one looks like it can do some damage. Back up to the pits as we move along through prelims. KO show coming up at 2 o'clock. And that's something new that we're doing here at NHRL, debuting today. Very excited about that show and its format, so stay tuned. And then, of course, we will end our day, our event, with NHRL Prime Time, where boys become men, legends are made, heroes uplifted to immortality. Prime time is where it happens, folks. Who will it be today? We've had such incredible stories the last few events. Some upcoming matches for you to watch. The Power of Friendship. I like the sound of that one. Versus Eclipse. Gemini versus Shako-Meter. And Murphy's Law versus Ramsey. 3-pound action, always fun. 12-pound is my favorite. And then 30-pound, if you get some bots that, well, they work and then they work well, those can be some really great fights. But yeah, 3-pounders, man, they bring it well. So if you're a fan of the 3-pound action, those are probably going to be 3 great fights this morning. They've all been pretty great fights now that I look back at what we've called here to start things off. For those of you wondering, I am the T-Man, Richard T-Man here, the voice for your morning here in the prelims before Kyle Crows jumps on the mic at 10:30. Adam and Rick are here. You'll hear from them. But we're doing things differently for prelim and then the KO show at 2 o'clock. So things to be excited about for our first event back after 3 months, after the summer break. It's Rocktober. We're rocking and rolling along. Good to have you here, folks. Glad you tuned in. Back to Cage 2. All right, so this is one of the matchups we were talking about. Power of Friendship, the 2 bots you see right there. Poke and Peck. I love it. Sounds like an interesting friendship. And then Eclipse across the box. Looks intimidating. There's a nice close-up. Yeah, I like the design of Eclipse. Curious to see how Power of Friendship, Poke and Peck work. And we will waste no time.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Back to it as Eclipse attempts a cage rush and starts taking some, starts dishing some damage to the floor before he even gets to the bots. A little bit more there. Very interesting design. I can see how it's supposed to work. I want to see it work. All right, they make some connections there. We got a wheel across the cage. So he takes care of 1/2 of the Power of Friendship. Looks like that was Poke. So Poke is without a wheel. Peck, though, diving right in. Wow, this Eclipse design. This is something. Wow, the way that it just gets up and spins in place like that, it's almost Melty Brain-esque. All right, so Poke is crab walking along the cage, so they're still functioning, obviously, which is with half their wheels. Nice exchange there. Peck, though, is the aggressor for the Power of Friendship right now, while Eclipse, not sure if they're kind of the sit and wait style or approach for this fight. They've been very effective, but they've dished just as much damage to the cage floor as they have to the opposing bots. I'd say about 70% of the scuffs and scratches and chips you see out of that cage floor have come from Eclipse alone in this fight. So we're at 1:15 now left in the fight. And there we get an unlikely sort of pinning situation from the Power of Friendship. I don't believe that was intentional, but it is working. They are stuck together, but they will get unstuck on their own. Power of Friendship will get the points for the control and the pin there. They got the full 10 count. They were able to release. And so now, with 45 seconds left, things have taken a bit of a turn here. Both bots scoring points in their respective categories. Eclipse with damage, Power of Friendship with control. Both, I'd say, aggression pretty evenly here. Less than 30 seconds, so this one, unless there's out of the blue knockout, will go to the judges. Another pin. Power of Friendship gonna get those points. We got a little bit of smoke coming out, looked like there for a second. Yes, some more smoke, finally. All right, final seconds. This will go the distance and to the judges. That fight was fun. I'll take it. Absolutely. Eclipse, though, man, I want to see more from that bot. That design and that functionality was something else. Yeah, in my opinion, that's going to be a very tough judge's decision. We will fill you in on that one once we have it. So, I mean, you know, my best guess as an observer and a commentator and for what I know about our fights here in robotics, you'd have to give Power of Friendship control. You'd have to give Eclipse damage, but both aggressors. Even when one of the wheels came off of Poke, it was still very much involved in the fight. So I guess it just depends on, you know, what you saw more of. Because there was plenty of damage, as I mentioned, being dealt by Eclipse to the cage itself and not the opposing bot. So it was doing some damage, just not necessarily to what it was intending to do damage to. But this will be, I think, a very close judge's decision. I'm curious to see how they score it. If it were me, oof, tough call. I'm a damage guy, so maybe I lean Eclipse, but I really have to give props to the Power of Friendship because 3 minutes of fight, and it could have gone either way. Good job, guys. Great job. All right, back to the pits. We overlook, we see some of our favorites, some new faces, and now the judges' criteria, just in case you were wondering. I tried to fill you in as best I can from memory, but here it is in blue and pink, all right? Damage, the condition of a bot at the end of the match, all right? Who had more, who dished more. Aggression, intensity and frequency of attacks. Who was going after it, going up the middle at the action the most. And finally, control, how a bot dictated the flow of the match. So like I said, aggression, pretty even split between those two. Damage, I'm gonna go ahead and say the obvious choice is Eclipse, but control, man, 2 pins for the Power of Friendship, and they were kind of dictating the tempo of the fight at times, or the flow of the match. I'm sorry. I'm going to use the NHRL official terminology here, but I guess it comes down to which you value more, damage or control. So there you have it. You learned something new today, or if you're a tenured NHRL fan, then you were just reminded of how it works. But when it goes to the judges, that's what they're looking at. That's what they're looking for the whole fight. And it looks like it's going to be a great day of fights. The pits, man, that's such a fun place to be, especially the day before. Everybody's there. They're either nervous, they're optimistic. And now we're back to Cage 2. We got Gemini versus Shako-Meter. Close-up of Gemini. Two very long wedges there, or forks. And now a nice close-up of Shako-Meter. Is it just me, or does that bot look like it's sponsored by Taco John's? The colors there. Papa John's. One of the two. And there's the Happy House bots. The unsung hero, really, of each match, each fight in NHRL. Unsticks would not be possible without a Brett or a Flo. As we wait here to get ready, another bot to watch. We mentioned Team Honeycracked earlier today. They have a new bot, 3-pounder, since we're in 3-pound fights right now. Zombie. That's right, Zombie making its debut. Builder's Cody. Aluminum Beater. Classic track, like true Honeycracked tradition and fashion. And they are looking forward to their first match. They don't have anything prepped necessarily for a horizontal spinner. So if they get a matchup with one of those, that'll be interesting to see. But if you're a Team Honeycracked fan, Zombie debut today, this event, something to look forward to. Team Pandemonium, not so another 3-pound bot. Something to watch for. And we are ready for another fight.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, nice cage rush there by Shako-Meter. They pin Gemini up. There's a count already going, so points there for Shako-Meter. We're less than 10 seconds in. All right. They will release now. They get 10 seconds to pin and hold. Much like when a wrestler is up on the ropes, they get a 10 count, and then they got to let it go. Shout out to any WWE fans out there. All right, so now we're back to the usual action. As we had a nice exchange there from Shako-Meter. Gemini just looks like it's having a little bit of trouble kind of finding its center and getting going the way that it was intended.
Tap
and
out.
Sure enough, there was a tap out. Dang. Well, I'd say if that's the shortest fight of the day, that we're doing pretty good in prelims so far. So that'll be a win. Excuse me, that'll be a win for Shako-Meter. We'll see what corrections, modifications, adjustments Gemini makes moving forward. You're guaranteed 2 fights, ladies and gentlemen. 2 fights, no more, no less. So Gemini will live to fight another match. Let's see what they can do with that in the redemption round. Shako-Meter moves on to the cusp, 1 fight away. 1 fight away. They win, they're in to the knockout round. They lose, they get 1 more crack at it. All right, so there's a close-up of Nana Banana, father of Tom Farkas, who you guys know from Positively Hysterical, who is here, by the way. Three configurations of Positively. We can talk about that later. But this, a tribute to their mother, who was called Nana, and so they built Nana Banana. Very touching, heartwarming story. The bot looks awesome. I mean, it looks well put together. The design, very fitting name. Dual weapon. They're going to go up against folks from Team Pandemonium. So this should be a great, entertaining fight right now. I love the banana button-up shirts. Tom always dresses the part when it comes to his bots and competing here at NHRL.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Here we go. All right, so Prince, their weapon is up to speed now. And now we see Nana Banana spinning. I don't know if the weapons are, but wow, that's a whole lot of chaos in the cage right now. Prince, though, squaring up Nana Banana. Nice exchange there. Prince is a humming. And another nice hit on Nana Banana. Oh, and another one. So Nana Banana, I mean, it's crazy because most bots, you probably wouldn't want to get anywhere near it when it's spinning up like that. But Prince, though, great design, just going right after it. And so I do see one of the weapons on Nana Banana is trying to spin up. The other one, not so much, but I love when it does that. And sure enough, it hits the top of the cage off a blow dealt by Prince. And now we've got Prince pretty much dictating the flow of this fight. Nana Banana spinning up again. And like I said, this is a father-son team. Tom Farkas, who most of you know, I think everybody knows. So that's his dad, and he's helping him drive and build this bot, Nana Banana. All right, minute 30 left. Looks like the weapon for both bots, all three of them, have stopped functioning. Prince did get some damage in early and often, so obviously points heavy on that side for Prince. But now we've got, you know, a minute plus at our disposal to see what happens. Nana Banana is still, you know, aggressive, trying to spin up there. We'll see what happens here. I'd hate to say too little too late. I don't really believe in that. But we're under the minute mark. And now we see both bots just kind of trying to figure out what they can do with what they've got. Prince, man, early on was making it rain, just the hits, that purple rain, purple pain. I'm not sure if that's why they named it Prince and why it's purple, but I just felt moved by it. All right, we got a pin by Prince, so now they're working on some of that control and aggression side of the judges' scorecard. So this one, yeah, it'll go the distance here. I'm not a judge, but I feel like Prince pretty much got check marks in all three categories. We'll keep you informed as far as the decision there, but we've had some close ones. Nana Banana, fun design, fun bot. Hope to see it again as far as my time today on the mic at some point, but they will get another crack at it. It was a fun fight. Nana Banana. Fitting design, fitting name. Sometimes you wonder if they try to do it that way, you know, because obviously you can have a name in mind, but does the design have to follow the name?
I've talked to a few of these competitors in the past. I've noticed that a lot of times this is just a singular creative effort. Suddenly an idea will come to them and it's the whole thing fleshed out top to bottom, soup to nuts, as they say. A lot of nuts in these robots. A lot of nuts building these robots, if we're honest. But we love these nutty builders.
And ladies and gentlemen, you know the voice, you love the voice. Well, you love the man. He is Ricky Willems joining me in the commentary booth. A nice surprise for my morning. How have you enjoyed the fight so far?
You know, I have been so busy helping competitors, helping our staff here. It has been one of the busiest mornings in NHRL history. I have not gotten to watch a single fight. I am so excited. I heard we've got a few really good ones coming up. And quite frankly, my feet are hurting. My dogs are barking. I need some robot fighting in my life right now.
Yes. All right. Well, now get your fix. I'll ask you because you are clearly an unbiased opinion. Well, not that you aren't normally, but you didn't see the fight. But when it comes to aggression, control, and damage, if both bots are pretty much split evenly for aggression, but one had more control, one had more damage, I mean, if you're in the judge's chair, what's more important to you, I guess?
To me, the way you would look at this is that the outcome of your control is often to attempt to imbue more damage, right?
Yes.
So it is a supporting factor, and I think for most of us here, damage really becomes king when you evaluate these things. Of course, it's a rubric, right? So these points are already set out in a way that's supposed to normalize the weighting back and forth. If it ever, we can't pretend to be completely unbiased, though. If you see a robot completely chewed up and another robot that is not chewed up, even if one had a little bit more control, you got to ask yourself, well, was that control effective? Did that control do as much when clearly it didn't work out for them in other ways? And you have to do that kind of mental math to stay unbiased, because your gut reaction is usually, wow, that looks like it took a beating.
Well, and the bot that dished a lot of the damage did a lot of damage to the floor. So it was like, so there was a lot of damage to the floor, a lot of damage done to the opposing bot, but it was like there was so much chaos going on at one point that it was hard to follow. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the kind of breakdown and explanation and thoughts and opinions that you only get here from Ricky Willems and NHRL. Much better than I could ever do. So thank you for your contribution there.
Incredibly welcome. And you know, you talk about robots that are really scary and damaging. Sometimes if you can't deliver on that, it actually counts against you in the minds of the audience. You see this big weapon and they go, wow, you didn't do a darn thing with that. And that's a hard bias to overcome, and that's why we choose our judges carefully so that they can stick to a rubric and really try to be fair. And
yeah, I don't envy them at all. I've said that many times. I would not want to be in their shoes. We've got Poliwhip version 2. And Naso, I mentioned Naso is a bot to watch earlier. This is a 3-pounder from Team Pandemonium.
4,
Hub motor
3,
drum. Let's
2,
look at what these bots can do.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Poliwhip coming out strong.
Nice exchange there.
Look, a little punch drunk there, Richard.
Yeah, I'll say.
You get some drive side issues on the left side of Poliwhip. It's struggling to deliver.
Not so. It's just like flipping itself around the cage, though. It's that kind of controlled chaos that you get from those two-wheel drum beater.
Such
bots.
an immense amount of skill goes into what we call gyro walking, gyro dancing sometimes.
That's the word I've been looking for all morning. Thank you.
Very impressive. I love the new sight lines we're getting. Look at that.
Wow, and there goes a wheel. But for Poliwhip, that motor, is there anything better than the sound of a hub motor in the morning?
I got to say, that is a smooth running robot. Don't let the quiet fool you. Sometimes when they're that smooth, it just means that they're that dialed in.
So we're having some nice exchanges here. Poliwhip is upside down, but clearly functioning just fine, and now they get righted. But, oh, we've got what looks like a band there loose in the back. So it's lost one wheel on that side, and now possibly the other.
Yeah, if it's not broken, it's at least jammed up.
So not so. Is going to get right in there and get after it, looking for those damage points that Ricky so delicately and eloquently went over earlier. Poliwhip, though, still kind of crab walking its way around. And it's back right side up and upside down.
Yeah, they are popping back and forth like Mexican jumping beans, I'd say. It's incredible how controlled they can still maintain this, make this fight, given the fact that they don't know 1 second to the other what their orientation is going to be.
Yeah, neither has used their unstick. We're under 45 seconds, and neither of these bots, you would have thought by now, maybe had to have, because there's been some motionless moments.
Yeah, announcers Jenks, this could be the moment. What a great view, though, of this wheel operation. You can see it's askew, but it is still turning as long as that belt stays out of the way. Oh, interesting. This sounds a lot like a countdown.
Knockout.
Wow.
Very interesting. They didn't call for the unstick, or very strange.
Yeah, I was a little curious because they were, I think, under the 30-second mark. But man, that was a tale of two very different parts of the fight as far as who was dishing the damage, taking it, who had control, aggression. But hey, folks, it took us a handful of fights and then some change to get it, but we got our first knockout of the morning, at least here on the mainstream broadcast. So those of you with the NHRL bingo cards, you can black out the knockout box, and we'll see how close we are to a bingo. What would you have on an NHRL bingo card if you made one?
Ooh, that's a great, I mean, I'm a little biased here as the safety director, so I'm going to have things like inner panel shattering. I'm going to have things like,
because I said, you know, knockout, tap out, judge's decision. You know, those are the easy three. But I don't think there's flames.
Knockout, tap out, and judges. Those are like your freebie center punches. You know, that's in any given fight you might get a bingo. That, or at least get a few punches. I want the only certain people are going to get their bingo completed by the end of the day bingo card. You got to keep them on their toes, keep it exciting.
Gotcha.
So yeah, what's something that comes up every couple of events?
Smoking of a bot when it's not a flamethrower involved. You see the battery smoke sometimes.
It's a great question. Hopefully no smoke in the pits. Let's take a look around. Busy as bees. Some happy competitors waving here and there. This looks like a calm before the storm to me. Everybody's working, but everyone seems focused, put together, cool, calm, collected. I think once we get into the prime time hours of the day, that might get shaken up a little bit.
How excited are you for the new KO show?
The KO show is going to be really cool.
Yes.
We're trying to load up the most action. I think I heard it described as an ADHD delight. We're going to load up so many knockouts, so many fights, so many statistics. We're going to start to bring in some real analysis in there. Just flood the senses with all the robot goodness you can handle. And that'll be our KO show.
I love it.
Give people a sugar rush before we get into prime time.
Like Halloween candy. Fill up. All right.
Headed over to cage 2. Is that an Eruption I see in the corner?
Two well put together bots is what I see in the cage right now. This should be
I think we got Eruption and Sugarman. Yeah, we do have Eruption and Sugarman.
Nice. All right.
I had a interesting Boxel-based conversation earlier today. He said,
Did you?
Can we use an older picture of Eruption? It's a little bruised, it's a little battered, it's all new inside, but we went for patina today. I said, I don't know. Sometimes I like the patina.
Yeah, we had a Boxel sighting in the pits when Glenn walked by. He's here, not competing though. He's helping us out, like we encourage builders that maybe didn't make it off the waiting list, want to come be a part of it. That's awesome. But this is his son. We got Brian Boxel.
Robots fight.
In the
Way
cage.
to go. Fast. Oh, interesting. Is that a false start, perhaps?
Ooh. That would be a square on the bingo card.
That,
You don't
yeah,
see many.
that's a great one. We got maybe a false start in event.
Wow. My inner NFL fan is thinking, false start on the driver. I don't know if there's like a 10-yard penalty, but you replay the start, obviously.
Yeah, in the case of a false start, you are, I believe, issued a demerit, if I remember correctly. We have a system for that, assuming you do not touch your opponent. If you do, it's a forfeit.
Wow.
1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go. Folks,
right.
now we're up to speed.
Yes. Oh, nice.
Brian
hit
coming
there.
out swinging, taking off the front armor package on the left-hand side of Sugarman. Sugarman on his heels, looking a lot more conservative.
There goes the other one. Both
And
the red
Eruption
and blue
shooting
wedges.
up in the air, true to its name. Absolutely disassembling Sugarman.
Wow.
I see some twitching, but I think that might be it. Brian walking home with a quick and decisive win.
Those Boxels, man. I tell you, they build some bots.
Knockout.
So Brian Boxel, welcome back. He gets a knockout win. Decisive. Man, I would not want to see him on my bracket if I'm in the pits at this weight class. That's
You're
a
really-
mean bot.
Yeah, that a nightmare scenario or a dream scenario if you're a glutton for punishment, as many of our competitors are.
They really are.
Yeah, no, it's one of the few times you can completely smash your friend's toys and then hug afterwards.
What did
But
Matt
we love to
Spurk
see
say
it.
one time? The most expensive hobby that isn't a drug addiction. But man, Eruption. I have been patiently waiting to see a Brian Boxel fight. I am not disappointed. That was fantastic. Like to hear Eruption, the guitar solo after each win. That'd be fun.
Just 3 minutes of indulgence.
Right? For a 30-second knockout fight.
Oh, that's what he's doing. He's making time for us.
There's Glenn.
I heard Glenn saying earlier, you know, I will stay up here and do my duties, but you can't blame me if I sneak away for a few minutes to watch a Brian fight here and there. I said we can accommodate that.
NHRL pink and blue looks good on him.
It does. So we actually have an expanded role here that Glenn is filling. We have what's known as a tournament steward.
Yes, I've heard that term
Yeah,
today.
these are employees or rather day staff that we have who are brought in for any matters of integrity. If there's any gray area in the rules, if there are things going on where you really need a level head, and
Yes.
we try to be as unbiased as we possibly can here at NHRL, but sometimes even the perception of an opportunity for bias is too much, and we have stewards for that. These are trusted members of the community, people who are well-respected, experienced. We bring them in. We ask them, like, hey, you know our rules. You know what's going on. You know what we're going for here. Make a fair assessment. Weigh in. Tell us your opinion. And sometimes we make them deliver bad news if there is, in fact, a problem. And I don't know why we haven't been using Glenn. Oh, no, I do know why we haven't been using Glenn earlier, because he's been fighting
He's
so
been
often.
fighting, yeah. He's been otherwise occupied. That criteria you mentioned, though, Glenn Boxel certainly checks all the boxes. So we're happy to have him in any capacity. Everybody loves Glenn. And now we're back to Cage 2, getting ready for another fight. Looks like this is Short Fuse and Scorch. I believe so. I say that with a question mark, and then there's a close-up of the bot. Says definitely not, as if I have to question myself now. Oh,
Now-
in the time that you weren't here, because you were mentioning all the action that you missed, Rio bots, you know them. They're here. Mini Toro. Oh, man.
Looking
As
good today?
advertised.
Looking
yes, yes.
Now, I have been really interested to see this. We had an unfortunate situation earlier this week, and we have fire robots that were not allowed to compete. Scorch has done something really wild. In just a matter of 48 hours, they came back and brought a new weapon attached to Scorch. This is the closest we can get to fire. We're not allowed to have open flames, but they have a hot surface igniter that will melt into their opponents while lifting them up into the air. They said, well, you know, what can we do safely? What can we do that's legal and allowed? We're going to get as close as we possibly can. I'm really, really intrigued to see how this fight goes.
So did I hear correctly? There's no flamethrower robots at this
Not
event?
at this event.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Unfortunately,
Sorry, folks.
Yeah, we were passed down a decision on that, and there was nothing we could do to avoid it for this event. But we did our best to make sure we were accommodating to these robots and get them in the cage, and they really stepped up. Scorch did something really creative. Only thing I had to tell him is, hey, put a better safety lock on it, and you're good to go.
All right, so Short Fuse and Scorch getting ready to square off in Cage 2.
See a little bit of power cycling going on. Sometimes you got to turn it off and turn it back on again. Affectionately labeled, not a flamethrower. Which is absolutely true. I also really love the design of this robot. I think it's so clever. They've used belt sanding belts as tracks on this robot for ultimate grip, as they told me. It's really, really a creative use. And sometimes you really try to make your budget stretch. Those are probably like 30 cents each. You rip up a track, you slap a new one on there. Heck, you need a coarser grit. You want a little more aggressive sanding action, you put a different belt on.
That's actually something they told me they were concerned about. They only were able to get a hold of some 60 grit for this event. They wanted 30 grit, and there just wasn't any available at their local Lowe's when they went to go look yesterday morning.
Interesting insight from this mysterious voice in the air. I'm actually being joined by our own Kyle Gross.
How you doing, Ricky?
I'm doing great. Let's get in the fight, though.
Let's do it.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Both robots off to a good start. Scorch looking a little disoriented. You can see the lifter kicking in. That is a lifter melting attachment.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
Let's see if they can self-right. That's something I've been wondering. Oh, the belt is already down. The
Not
lifter's
surprising at all.
already knocked off, but you know, they can fling that lifter around.
Yeah. Now it's a flail.
Now it's a flail. It's a
melty flail.
melty flail.
That's probably not great for our plywood floors, honestly, but you know.
Hey, we can just sand it back down throughout the course of the match. Now, they are having ground clearance issues in this configuration. Scorch can supposedly drive inverted, but it is struggling with this. But they've got Short Fuse in a great position.
They really do. It looks like Short Fuse is running something like a swole bar.
Hard to tell while it's spinning, but I would not be surprised.
Very kind of classic NHRL design, that two-wheel drive egg beater style spinner.
Scorch doing its best to get off of its own hot surface igniter, but still having drive issues regardless.
I gotta tell you, even though that's not open flame, that's pretty intimidating.
It is. You stare down a 900 degree or 1200 degree piece of metal, and you gotta wonder.
Like,
It's also intimidating just from an entanglement aspect. You got a big spinning weapon like Short Fuse. You don't want to suck that in.
no, that's gonna go into all sorts of parts you don't want it to. And it's not like it cools off immediately when it's disconnected from power. That's gonna be hot for
look
a
at
very
this.
long time.
Short Fuse instigate. Oh!
Oh!
That looks like, yeah, that is motor controller
Yeah.
smoke. That weapon is not supposed to be jammed up like that.
Nope, and they just kept trying to spin it while trapped on the body there. Oh, they are getting a little bit of speed out of that. How much longer that will last, who knows?
Well, the motors for the drive also took a battering there. They're not very responsive at the moment. Yeah, Short Fuse is limping hard. Of course, Scorch looks like it's literally carrying a ball and chain. It's in shackles, but its opponent is, well, it's very sleepy.
It looks like Scorch's drive is working. It's just kind of uneven since one side still has grip and the other side has none.
Right, and I don't know if those are all powered wheels. We're coming down to the last 7 seconds. This is going to go to a judge's decision. This is actually kind of tough.
Yeah, very tight matchup, surprising.
Scorch had a lot of good moments, but it was limping heavily the whole time. Short Fuse had a lot of aggression, but that aggression never worked out for them. It usually put them in a worse position than when they started.
Yeah, had that really successful early volley, did all of the damage that you currently see on Scorch, but then after that, pretty even matchup. I really appreciate Scorch just announcing boldly that they are not a flamethrower.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, right? We have these rules and regulations. We want to make sure we're abiding by them, but you see something hot and glowing, you might be worried. I appreciate that they labeled it. And you can see the Bot FC folks here cooperating, collaborating, figuring out what's going on, waving to the camera. Adam Wrigley, one of our regular announcers, he'll be joining us just a little bit later.
Bots FC is debuting a new robot at this event, a very try-hard horizontal spinner in the 30-pound division. I'm very excited to see it. It's got a big, beefy weapon and a pretty solid but light-looking frame. That'll be on at 11:25 a.m. and they'll be taking on Overlord. It's a big, wide vertical spinner. That'll be a great test for them. Traditionally, Overlord doesn't have a great horizontal configuration as far as defense goes. So we'll have to see what they've put together to try to combat this big, beefy weapon. There you see Brian Boxel. Yeah, I would probably throw that into the box too. Just a little bit of... There's the Rio Bots team, all of the Brazilian boys.
They're lurking, man. They're always off in the distance doing something ominous, and then they get in the box and they make a mess of it, quite frankly, but we love it. I love the international pride in the pits today. Really wonderful to see people showing up from around the world. The British contingent is strong in this particular event.
There's Brandon Bennett-Young. He's here today with Phenomenon, looking to make a deep run, but boy, does he have some challenging early matches in the day. He's made minor tweaks to Phenomenon, and it seems as though he learned how to weld. There's a lot of new welding done on the bot.
Yeah, Brandon, I don't know his experience level. I've seen him weld on occasion, but I know it's not been his preferred style of construction. It's also just tough to do those sort of repairs and upkeep depending on your location. But if you're coming to NHRL, we got welders, we got grinders, we got everything you need. So
Absolutely.
It becomes a real possibility and a real viable strategy for builds. I'm going to pass this off. We are back to Richard in the pits.
All righty. All right, so let's take a look at the next 3 matches that we have upcoming. I'm very excited about this. We've got Mooncake versus Painwin. That is just going to be the cutest match ever. We've got Boost taking on everybody's favorite new rapper, Young Yellow. We have Unabonga taking on Spanky. I don't know if you guys remember Unabonga, but this is a really fun robot, cool team, genuinely like cool people. I'm very excited to see that as well. So yeah, 3 pounds. We're off to the fun. Painwin is a very aesthetically pleasing bot. Mooncake, a very aesthetically pleasing bot. And also a delicious Korean treat if you've ever had one. It's going to be a nice kind of flow through the 3 pound matchups. And then very shortly, We're going to have some bigger bot action for you. We're going to have some 30s. We're going to have some 12s. It's going to be awesome. There you see the Honeycrack team doing some testing. Honeycrack bringing a whole slew of new bots to play with today.
Yeah, Unabonga, man, that one. Not only is he dressed as Fred Flintstone, or he said caveman. But
yeah, caveman. For copyright purposes.
For copyright purposes.
Yeah.
But
We don't want
Kris-
Hanna-Barbera coming after us here. buddy.
Kris is a great guy. He was very excited about his bots functionality. I said, you know, it gives me very Minotaur Reobots-esque kind of feel. He's like, oh man, that's a dream match. And I was like, hey, let's do it. Let's get after it. But Painwin, Tony Shark, somehow this is the more intimidating of the bots, is Painwin. And with a name like that, you kind of have to think, well, it better deliver. But the googly eyes.
Painwin is it is a very aesthetically pleasing bot. In fact, most of the changes this team has made to it are to kind of trim down the aesthetics because they were getting high-sided or high-centered on what was the tail,
Yeah.
the original back flippers, if you will. But yeah, so you can see they're kind of trimmed down a little bit. Super smart bot, very powerful weapon. Kyle and James. James is having his 9th birthday celebration here at NHRL today. So happy birthday to James. His dad told me that he had a choice between a birthday party with all of his friends or coming to fight robots. And James said, there is no choice. Obviously, I'm going to go fight robots. And this is Mooncake. It is a very simple version of a ring spinner. You can see those bearings on the top. There's also interior bearings, which all keep that ring in place. Very simple design. It's had maybe 20 fights in its career. Ring spinners are hard to do at this size and hard to do well, but this is a very reliable, very good ring spinner. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up. From a geometry perspective, it's a tough matchup for them, I think.
I still just keep going right back to the googly eyes.
So on their other bot, Tony the Shark,
Yes.
they have 2 bodies for it, and one of them is very close in weight, and they couldn't add googly eyes. So what I walked up on last night was Dad and James
And
arguing.
a bag of googly eyes, right? I saw
Well,
that,
he was
yeah.
like, we can't run that one if we can't fit the googly eyes on it, Dad. Like, that's just not a thing. We need them. They add 20% power, which I think he's right.
Yeah.
That's a very accurate estimate.
They really know how to build the anticipation in the cage there. Pretty sure it's all unintentional, but they're masters of it.
Look at how messed up 2 already is.
Cage 2 is always like this every event. That's why I said, those of you that tuned in for the first fights, I hope you got screen grabs of, you know, the quality of what a brand new cage floor looks like, because it's not going to look like that shortly.
No, definitely not.
So Ricky was putting out fires, not literal ones, but, you know, NHRL fires around the area, like Ricky does. So he didn't get a chance to see any of the early morning action. What about you? Was there a fight or a bot that you got to see that you were like, okay, we're up and running?
I did genuinely like Tony.
Yes.
I thought Tony was really cool.
Uh-huh.
What was that? The weird fan style front spinner that we saw going up against the Power of Friendship. I watched that fight.
Eclipse.
Eclipse. That was, first of all, Eclipse is very
5,
aesthetically pleasing,
4,
great looking bot.
3,
What a weird matchup.
Right?
Fight.
That it was fun.
Robots
All right, so we are into it with these two. Penguin having a little bit of trouble off the start. Looks like they're having a slow drive on their left-hand side. And look at Mooncake dance, man. That ring slightly off balance, but look at this. They are now in. You can see James is just going to town.
Penguin bringing the pain. Man, like seriously, he's dishing it.
He is a very aggressive driver, for sure. But yeah, Penguin is adorable. They've made a lot of improvements to make sure it doesn't do the thing this event. And so far, they haven't been tested on that, but bot's working great.
I've got a story for you that is loosely relevant to this fight after the fight that I'll tell you that's really funny. But yeah, Penguin, man, look at him go. Yeah, okay, nice exchange there from Mooncake.
Weapon's not working on Penguin right now. They are upside down. Okay, they are able to drive inverted. That's good news. And the weapon is spinning. Mooncake taking its time, cutting into the side and into the wheels of Penguin. That giggle in the background, don't know where that came from, but I liked it. It was delightful.
The sounds of NHRL. Fans love this. All right, there's the unstick, so the X is gone next to Penguin. Again, referencing our new and improved graphic at the top there. The X means they have an unstick available to them. Like a timeout, they can use it or they cannot. Penguin has used their one unstick.
You can really tell the experienced competitors who are very strategic with their unstick calls. The guy who calls for the unstick with 30 seconds left in the fight after they've been disabled, now that's a smart guy.
Yep.
You're bringing it to the judges.
Yes.
Instead of getting counted out. It's like when you see somebody not taking advantage of that, you're like, oh, buddy, you got some stuff to learn.
Yep. Penguin, though, driving upside down, does self-right finally, and you hear the
and
cheer.
dramatically, yeah, get a big cheer from the audience for a self-right. You gotta love that. I love the sound of Mooncake's spin-up.
Yes. There have been some great weapon motor sounds this morning. Like, it's... For me, I get tattoos, and I love the sound of a tattoo gun.
Yeah.
But in the world of robot fighting, the sound of a well-oiled machine, a truly powerful motor, has got to be close to that.
I think my favorite robot-related sound is that sound of a drive motor just grinding apart.
Yes.
That's really fun. There we go.
The distance and to the judges. So you referenced James's strategy, which isn't one. It's being a kid.
Yeah,
we
point,
love
shoot, drive hard.
Point,
Yeah.
shoot, drive hard. Attack,
Yeah.
attack, attack. So when I used to snowboard, we used to joke around about how kids, they could fall, they could flip over, they could tumble, they could like hit every hard part of their body on something on the way down the hill. Get up and just keep on ticking.
Yeah.
Because little kids can just do that. And that's the beauty. That would be what I would fear the most if I had to go up against the James, is that you know the strategy is there is no strategy. He's
Yeah.
just going to come at you hard and fast. And you're like, what do I do? So for the tenured builders, that's got to be something that you factor in, is like, how old is my opponent? Oh, 8? Oh, great. Okay, so I have no strategy because they have no strategy.
I think James did a wonderful job
Yes.
in that matchup. That went the full distance. This will go to the judges. Look at him wearing the full Penguin kit. And yes, when I asked what their biggest change to the bot was, did he mention the change in geometry on the back end to prevent them from getting high-centered? No. Did he mention the change into their weapon motor system and adding new battery power? No. He said, we have bigger googly eyes. First thing. And I was like, yeah, fair. I get it.
That's amazing. Oh, Cage 2 floor. We knew you, but only for a short time.
I think some of this is Eclipse, actually.
I think a lot of it's Eclipse.
Eclipse's weapon, it's weird. The weight distribution on that bot makes them want to like be upside down.
I think that long trill scrape off the corner of the 2 there. I think that's an Eclipse special, if I recall right. But yeah, watching that bot, I think when it's functioning the way it was designed to is a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
Because I've never seen anything really like it. And sure enough, that thing just goes out there and you're in awe, you're curious, you're a lot of things, but it was a fun bot to watch, and I can't wait to see it again.
All right, so we've got Boost versus Young Yellow coming into Cage 2. Now, Boost might look familiar to some folks here. That's right, it is a Mako-style overhead attack bot, and oddly enough, that is the Mako driver getting it ready, but it's not his bot. This is a Jake Hoffman attempted a 3-pound bot.
Wow.
And when I asked Jake how he felt about his bot's chances for this event, he just said, "I'm never doing a 3-pound ever again. It's just not happening."
So Drew Davis qualified for every championship.
Yes, he has.
The only other one to do that is Gemini.
Drew Davis is a consistent driver. Consistent quality, consistently near the top of the pack in every event he does.
So, spoiler alert, I saw Boost fight earlier.
Yeah.
You're in for a treat.
Oh, good.
Yes. It is as advertised. Everything that you would expect.
I just love that Jake is like, I'm going to build a Mako-style bot, but I'm not going to drive it.
Oh, Jake.
I'm going to give it to my teammate who drives Mako and make him drive it.
Yeah, we were talking about the 5 o'clock jersey number. I've seen anniversary dates, birth dates even. I've seen, 316, obviously.
Yeah.
What do you think about a time as a jersey number?
I don't have a problem with it. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
If he's a Jimmy Buffett fan, it makes perfect sense. But if not, I'm going to be very curious. Or I guess even a Dolly Parton fan, 9 to 5, and hey, it's 5, so we're in play mode now.
Yeah, I can see it. I like that better, actually. We'll go with that one. And then it has another bot named 9, because now we're in business mode. We gotta get down to business.
I'm all for a good name origin story.
Look
Bands and robots.
How big that saw blade is compared to the bot.
Jeez. That angle is one of my favorite angles right there. Get right up into the bot's business. Yeah, Boost put on a show earlier, but so did Young Yellow. This will actually be probably one of the best fights of prelims. I don't want to hype it up too much. I hyped up another fight and it did not deliver as I had hoped, but I can still be optimistic. Cautiously hopeful, I think is probably the term. Again, our amazing staff, unintentionally but beautifully building the tension. The anticipation is killing me for this fight right now. All right, so Kyle, I told you that I've seen both these bots fight. You're in for a
5,
treat.
4,
Tap out, knockout,
3,
judge's decision. Which
2,
way is this one going?
1.
Fight.
This is
Robots
probably going to
fight.
go for a knockout. My guess is Young Yellow is going to rip him apart.
All right,
This
well,
is the
Young
younger-
Yellow,
This
the
is
aggressor.
the younger Davis.
Ooh, nice hit there. Another hit. Oh, sparks are flying from Young Yellow. And now they're hung up, though. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. The Brett bot was looking like it was going to go in. Duty calls for an unstick, but no. Boost decides, I'm just going to hit you and get you out of it. If that happens, it happens. And now they're hung up on each other? No. All right.
So yeah, this is Julian Davis.
Ooh, that was a lovely angle of that exchange.
Drew's been getting his kids into this sport since they were very, very young. I remember when they were here way up past their bedtime, when they were 7 and 9. But they're older now. They've got a lot more driving experience than a whole lot of other people in this competition, and you could see it on display right here. Julian doing a great job with Young Yellow.
All right, so Young Yellow now trying to square up Boost, because Boost has been dishing out some hits there with that overhead saw. Again, that weapon, it's so deceiving. You don't think it's going to be as quick and as hard as it is, given the size, but that thing deals some punishment, man. That has been a very well-designed bot. Of course, look who built it. And now that thing's spinning up again. It's in the corner, but it wants out. Boost is like, let me out of here. I'm going to continue to rip you apart, cut you to pieces.
There we go. Nice dramatic spin up and a attempt at a hammer saw into the top plate. Didn't seem to do too much damage.
Boost is loose. I can get behind that. So now it looks like battle for control, and Boost has a pin. An unlikely pin from Boost. Jake was very excited about that. Looks like that's exactly how they drew it up, I guess. And there's another one of those pins or holds by Boost.
The Boost is indeed loose.
I don't know who that is saying it, but keep doing it. All right, so now we got some robot tango going with 15 seconds left. So, judge's decision? Yes, within 10 seconds, this will go the distance. It will be on the judges. Another decision I do not envy. Both doing their part in that fight. Aggression very much evenly split. I would say visible damage, it's really hard to tell. But Boost, I think, managed to score some in the control category, which I was not expecting. So that may be the deciding factor for this fight, as far as if you're a judge, which side do you lean? It might come down to that control that we saw, that the two, I don't know if they were technically pins, but holds by Boost there, which was very interesting to see.
I'm just so happy to see competitors like Julian Davis, who have literally grown up in this sport. They've got their dad as quite the role model, with these consistently well-driven, well-built robots.
Now don't forget, folks, both of these bots have won. So even when there's a judge's decision, the loser will get another crack at it to get their second win in for the day. Two and you're through. You get 2 fights no matter what. No more, no less. Well, no less, anyway. More, obviously, if you win. You move on. You know what I mean. Oh, that cage. Poor, poor cage. You know what they should do with the debris from the cages that they scoop up into a dustpan? Because you know how people will put like sand from the beach in mason jars?
Yeah.
That's what they should do with that stuff. Put it in mason jars and sell it in the gift shop. Debris from Cage 2 October event.
I love this idea.
Hey, that's right. Smile and wave. You're on NHRL TV.
So in case you're just joining us, we are now in the qualifying rounds to see who can get seeded in the bracket. So the way it works is we have our round 1 opening round, and then we have round 2, where if you're either on the cusp or you're able to redeem yourself from that early loss. You then head to that bubble round if you've won 1 and lost 1. But eventually we find out who has been advanced into the bracket, who has been eliminated and gets to go home, or maybe go down and play in our freestyle division. I do see that there is a blast from the past loading in to the box here. Super excited to share that with you. You can see the pits. Everything is moving and grooving right now. We have that new Columbia team down there at the bottom of your screen. Columbia University, first foray into combat robotics. First event ever, and they're coming here.
All right, and back to Cage 2, but don't forget, folks, we're in the second round of the prelims, 2 o'clock, the KO show. Unabonga and Spanky.
That's going to be good, but I don't know how he
I think this is going to be a really good fight.
Spin, you're good? Good? You ready? Yeah. Ready to.
They're ready. We're ready. Are you ready, NHRL fans? Because it's time for some robot carnage.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Here
fight.
they go.
Up to speed, we've got Spanky from the blue corner. Nice little vertical spinner bot taking on Unabonga. Tiny little disc spinner. On Spanky, but man, pretty even matchup so far. Nice hit there from Spanky, launching Unabonga into the air. Beautiful roof shot there from Unabonga. Very even matchup. I'm enjoying this quite a bit. Okay, Spanky a little bit stuck. Unabonga actually coming in for the rescue after the unstick was called. Good strategy there. Trying to get a proper angle for the shot. Both Unabonga and Spanky missing each other. There we go, nice pop there from Unabonga. Getting 2 great side shots on that front armor plate. Ooh, not a lot of movement coming out of Spanky after that hit. They were dazed. Oh, and I believe that fork just got ripped off of the left side of Spanky. Nice shot there. Unabonga really kind of taken over this matchup in the last 50 seconds. 21 seconds left in this fight. Unabonga taking their time.
Tap out.
And yeah, there it is. A welcome tap out from the Spanky team. Unabonga, Texas contingent, looking ready to go. Captain Caveman style, I love it. Sometimes that old style, that ancient style just works. 2 wheels, a big old egg beater spinner, and some excellent driving. Pete Covert with his new 3-pound robot. Had a rough showing up against Unabonga. You might recognize Pete Covert of Nightcrawler fame, one of the Colorado contingent out here today. This is his first foray into the 3-pound division, I guess, here at NHRL. And not bad, not a bad little robot. Nightcrawler coming up at 12:15 today. They are one of the favorites in the 12-pound division. A lot of people have expectations of them placing and qualifying for the World Championships at this event. We'll have to see if those predictions come to fruition today. 12:15 for their first matchup. Texas boys are pretty happy with that. Here you can see a nice shot of our pits. Everybody from that last fight going up to see what repairs they need to do on their robot. Got some interesting matches coming your way in the 3-pound division. We'll be heading into that 12-pound division the closer we get to noon. And the 30-pound division as well. Big robot action. A lot of familiar names coming back in the 3-pound division with big changes. There you see the Columbia team, so happy and excited to be here. This is their first robotics event. All right, here we go. These are some upcoming matches that I'm very excited to see. Kris versus Lifeline. Big changes on Kris. It is a practically completely different robot. We've got Comet taking on Jack Move 25. We've got Paws. That's right, new and improved Paws taking on Purple Pain. Now, there are some familiar names here, right? Kris, Comet, Paws. They are very different robots from the last time that you saw them. It is going to be really interesting to see those matchups. I'm very excited about it. But yeah, it's a good matchup in the 3-pound division. As per usual, we have the most competitive 3-pound division in the world at NHRL. And a lot of really cool people putting in amazing work on these robots. Wow, fancy. So this is Lifeline. They'll be taking on Kris. Now, Kris has changed a ton. The geometry of their robot has changed. It's now rear-wheel drive. All of that back-end weight, they're hoping, will give them the ability to drive inverted very successfully. But they're going up against Lifeline, an overhead attack bot with a wide body, and look at those finger wedges. I love it. This is Kevin Raby. Really exciting looking bot. Yeah, Diamond Kris, man. It is an incredibly well-driven bot. Very classic dual spinner design. It's actually where the name comes from. Perfect design for a bot like Lifeline to take out, right? Small, compact, big open top plate for them to cut into. Look at those like Lego wheels on Lifeline. Very smart. Use what you got, right? But this is a actual saw bot on Lifeline. No hammer saw action, just saw. It's becoming more popular here at this 3-pound division, right? Everything goes in cycles, but now that we're using a lot more plastics, a lot more carbon fibers,
4, 3,
it makes sense.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, you can see that new drive system. Ooh, beautiful pin in the corner. And that grip with the saw is impressive. So those wedges able to get underneath Diamond Kris, and they were able to get a ton of sparks off of that top plate. I love it. Diamond Kris is still working though. Nice shot. Look at that gouge taken out of the bottom. Double gouge taken out of the bottom plate. And now it appears as though that wedge is jammed into the weapon hub. Will they be able to separate? Lifeline is stuck in Diamond Kris. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. Look at that bend in that front plate. Those gouges in the bottom of it. Lifeline looking like it's having a struggle. And there we go. That's our official Jim Haney going in with the safety pry bars and crowbars. Look at the safety separation going on here. They are jammed in, cannot get out. That's one of the problems with a flexible bodied bot, right? You could become an entanglement risk just in the actual design of your bot. Everything's got some advantages and disadvantages, but this is a definite disadvantage of being so flexible. Literally got sucked into the weapon system. Yeah, good idea. Get the safety mechanism in place. Now, by the way, anything that happens during the separation, it is what it is, right? You can't really change how your bot comes out. So Jim's gonna do his best to separate them gently. But if damage occurs during that separation, that's just the risk of doing business. Safety mechanism taken out. Both bots are ready to go. Putting them back into a similar position from where they started. So this is as fair as possible after that separation. We are reset and ready to go. And we're counting back in the restart of that match. Look at this saw chunk taken out of that top protective plate on Diamond Kris. Ooh, there's no movement. No movement coming out of them at all. Come on, Lifeline. Show me some movement. That's not good. Oh, there we go. Nice hit. Did that loosen something up and get them moving again? No. Ooh, 2 big hits. I heard a tap. Were they attempting to tap out? Celebration going on over in the corner. Matt Ray and Down Carey's team. Okay. Yeah, that looks dead. Dead in the water. Lifeline is not functioning. They don't even get their pretty light show anymore.
Tap out.
There it is. Official tap out. There we see loaded in big bot action coming your way oh so soon. What a safety right there. That is a carpenter's clamp. That works. This nice, pristine floor, just a few tracks on there from some test driving, but everything is so nice and clean. Fluffy is awaiting to be turned on. We're gonna see some insane action in this cage here very, very soon. It's gonna be jump rope versus floor letter word. Jump rope, one of the coolest lifter bots that we have seen. Very unique design, really thoughtful. And floor letter word is just a good old-fashioned tomb clone style mid-cutter spinner. It does it just right every single time. That thing hits like a ton of bricks. Very quickly we'll be seeing that action. We're anticipating that fight at 11:17 a.m. There's event organizer Austin McCord checking things out. Always cool to have him in the building. Austin's built some of the most unique and entertaining bots for this competition. He always does the weird, like experimental stuff, like using a jet engine as a weapon. Yeah, that's a real thing. Go back and check the archives. Does it work? Kinda. Is it awesome? Definitely. Two big C-clamps as their weapons here. Floor letter word brought to you by Alexander. We're jumping back into cage 2, where it looks like we have Comet and Jack Move 25 This fight is ready to go. You might recognize Comet. This is Connor Howard.
Five, four, three, two.
Winner of this matchup makes it into the bracket. There you see Drew Davis. He's driving Jack Move. Pretty even matchup by the numbers on this one. Two very experienced drivers, two really well-built bots. Wow, nice shot there. Okay. Comet looking vicious. So Comet will be moving on. Jack Move got tore up, very quick tap out there. So yeah, your winner, Comet, moving on into the bracket. All right, looks like we are getting locked in and ready for this 30-pound action.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we are off. It looks like, ooh, rough spin up there for floor letter word. Jump rope coming in and doing the flip. Got them up on the wall right off the bat. No unstick called for yet. I think floor letter word is hoping that they can shake themselves off, but I'm seeing no movement. Jump rope doing a little dance for us. I appreciate the style points, jump rope. Look at that move. They're straight up breakdancing.
Knockout.
Very cool. So we got the early knockout. No unstick called for on that one. I think they knew they were getting nothing out of their bot, so they just let it happen. So that was your first 30-pound matchup of the day. And despite some excellent dance moves by Jump Rope, bit of a dud. Didn't really get off the ground with that one. Floor letter word not able to get up to speed. Jump rope by Colin Foster. He calls this weapon type a tumbler. And this is an Austin McCord built bot. It uses humanoid robot motors, 48 volts, which are extremely strong, fast, and accurate. They're reworking the faceplate and the motor to be a little bit more robust, which is good. It flew apart a few times last time. Yeah, and Colin is one of the many henchmen here that works for Austin McCord and helps put this event together. All right, back into cage 2. We've got Power of Friendship. They're going up against, that's actually the name of the bot down in the lower right-hand corner. You can see Power of Friendship. It is a amazing overhead saw bot, sporting not only these powerful drills, but also the power of true friendship between Brian Boxall and Cucotto Mane. Two very talented builders and drivers joining forces.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Nice shot there from brought to you by Noah Kerr. And that's exactly where Power of Friendship wants to be. If only they still had a drill bit, man, they would be doing so much damage. For some reason, the other version of Power of Friendship not getting in on that. They still do have a drill. You can see the bit for their drill off of the blue or the orange version. Ooh, nice shot there with the drill, right down into the weapon motor housing. Looks like they're missing anything too crucial, but man, they are close to taking out that weapon motor, perhaps that belt. That's the joy of a precision weapon like that, man, wherever you hit. And there we have some aggressive tapping from the other half of Power of Friendship. But really what we're seeing is a ton of control from this team of two very talented drivers. Really nice strategy from the Power of Friendship guys, just maintaining control, keeping that weapon really away. Keeping those pins held for the entire time period. And apparently doing some real damage to, This is two really nice bots, but I gotta say, I think the Power of Friendship eked that one out. They actually did a lot of damage. considering they were down a weapon. Doing some functionality tests for the judges after the fact. The aggressive tapping happening. And no weapon spin up at all on just not working. There you see a nice shot of our pits. It's messy, it's chaotic, it's the best part of the day where everyone still has hopes and dreams. Well, most people do. Some people have been eliminated already, but most people, they still have a chance. I'll tell you what, joining me here in the play-by-play booth from Bots FC, one of our robotics experts on the team, Adam Wrigley. Good to see you, bud. Welcome.
Thanks, Kyle. Happy to be here. Exciting day today. We've had our summer break. How do you think it's been going?
I gotta tell you, with so many changes, I'm always worried that it's gonna be a little bit chaotic, a little bit stressful, but it's going pretty smooth from my view, you know? We've got things moving along. The hiccups have been barely noticeable. The people in the event itself, they seem pretty happy with it.
I have noticed a real positive vibe in the pits today. You know? Usually it's a bit hectic, it's a bit stressful, right? As you're mentioning, everyone's kind of getting their robot together, they're worried, you know, the fight didn't go well, this, that, and the other thing, but I was walking around the pits this morning and everyone just seemed really happy. You know, I guess we've had summer
chill
to get the bot ready. You know, you're relaxing a bit and you're just happy to be back, excited to be here. We've got people from all over the world and a smile on everyone's face. So it really pumped me up today, I gotta say.
Yeah, really nice event so far. Glad to have everybody back. It's so interesting. There's a jelly baby effect going on. I've noticed a whole lot of wide boy lifters, but we're looking at one of my favorite classic bots right here. Look over there at Paws. What's different about this Paws? Well, that's a real drum on that thing. I mean, look at that. Same old walking, kind of a new walking foot, a little bit more robust.
Looks a little faster.
A little bit faster, yeah. Obviously, Paws is excited to be here. Tom looks happy to be here as well. So he's got Dad on the team today.
That sounds nasty.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, Paws is legit now.
Yeah, I'm reading here it's actually a modular robot.
Yeah, 100% modular, able to swap out different weapon types. This seems to be Tom's favorite right now. This hub motor drum. By the way, Tom only does hub-style motors. He doesn't really do anything else. He's recently started using ones that are designed for that, but before he would just stick the weapon directly to any motor and just kind of let it ride.
Yeah, there's a simplicity to it. I find that builders tend to favor a type of motor, and then to switch is hard. You know, you get the outrunners and you got the in-runners, and it's sort of like, are you an in-runner builder or an outrunner builder?
And from the Davis clan, we've got Purple Pain over here. Looking good.
5.
Very typical
4,
Davis Clan
3,
build. 4-wheel drive.
2,
Powerful little
1.
vertical spinner on it.
Robots fight.
So let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, great maneuverability out of Positively right out of the gate, which is interesting. Purple Pain taking their time, lining up the hit. A little afraid of that big drum, but end up going right into it, flipping them over. Positively having a hard time now getting back on their feet or even moving at all with that drum.
Yeah, they are not in a happy place. You can see the new cleats on the bottom of Positively Hysterical. Not helping in this position.
The winner of this fight is going to move to the bracket. The loser will have another shot. So Positively not going home if they're unable to self-rate, but Purple Pain could be moving on to the bracket here as Positively Hysterical is really stuck. Now this can be a downside of modular robots. Sometimes you put the wrong combination together, you don't realize it doesn't self-rate, but a little bit of help there from Purple Pain gets Positively Hysterical back on their feet. Or Paws, I should say.
Yeah, I do like those new spikes on the bottom of Paws. It does tend to give them a little bit more traction. They're not just kind of gliding around the box anymore. But man, Cameron Davis giving them no quarter.
I think that drum is out.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then there's that big gouge. Oh yeah, that's out. Even if it could spin, it wouldn't.
It is both mechanically and electrically no longer connected to the robots.
And you can see Drew over there in the corner getting down so he can get a better shot of Cameron getting these big shots in. Proud Papa moment right there. You gotta love that.
We're getting a really good view of all these hits, courtesy of our new transparent kick plates on the arena.
I absolutely love that. Gives you such a better view. It's these little changes, right? Bot Builder's doing little changes. We're doing little changes, making everything just slightly better.
Purple Pain is doing a lot of damage little by little here as they keep going in for more hits, but Positively Hysterical is not giving up.
And I gotta say, is this a bad strategy for Tom? Typically, people just wouldn't go that hard on him because they like the bot, they like the vibe. But he's got a competitive weapon now, and Cameron says, all right, man, if that's how you want to play, I'll rip you up. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you start building, you know, more like serious competitive robots you're trying to win, and people are going to try and win back, you know. It's still a fun robot, but yeah, I don't think people are going to go as easy on it anymore. Almost makes it to the end, but is going to get knocked out. Still has a path to the bracket. But Purple Pain is going to punch their ticket to the elimination rounds.
Really nice driving from Cameron. Very little hesitation, good redirection, good aim. That is some good young driver reflexes mixed in with a lot of experience. The Davis boys have both really grown up in this sport. And both of them have a lot more stick time than some of our older competitors because of it.
I think Positively draws a lot of the commentary due to its aesthetic and history, and you can't stop talking about it. But a lot of great driving, as you're mentioning, from Purple Pain there, coming out and dishing it out and not letting up. Real strong win start to finish for them.
All right, we are diving into more 30-pound action. Really interesting fight.
5,
This is
4,
Ripo
3,
Saw. They'll be
2,
taking on
1.
Colossal
Fight.
Aven.
Robots fight.
Lovely aesthetic on Ripo Saw here. Oh, but a wheel.
Already off. So this is the first, shall we say, destructive bot that Craig Danby has ever built.
Now, Ripo Saw still has a wheel on that side. It's a double wheel robot.
Yeah, ablative wheels, but you can see it's kind of sliding on the bracket there, on the hub.
I wonder if they lost a retaining mechanism and it might only be a matter of time till the second one comes off. Also, the weapon no longer spinning, and Colossal Avian taking advantage here, having their way with Ripo Saw around the arena, lining them up for another hit right on that top plate. Oh, that is not what Craig Danby wants to see here. Now has lost the side of drive with two wheels on it. And that's going to be a tap out.
Big tap out. Not a bad first showing for a new robot. Craig Danby trying something different, trying a different style. He normally builds these really tanky drive, lifter style robots or control style robots. So he's stretching it, he's trying something new.
You know, weapon spun up at the end there. Robots in one piece. Well, I guess the wheel came off, but that's an easy fix. I guess they'll get in there, see what was acting up on the drive. You don't want to get completely destroyed in your first fight. Colossal Avian, of course, very destructive robot. They took a few big hits from it, kept going, but you know, I guess they felt they're on the back foot there, not going to win it without a drive side and half the other side spinning around on the other end of the floor. So let's get back to the pit and fix it. Colossal Avian, on the other hand, is going to leave with a win. And they've got to be feeling good about that.
Absolutely, yeah. Matthew Zhang, really intelligent driver. This bot has been slow progression, just tiny changes every event that they come to. Really coming to fruition with that one. I don't think they got the full test they were kind of hoping for in their first matchup, just because the wheel fell off. But very cool bot. You might recognize Colossal Avian. It's part of the University of Illinois iRobotics team from 2020 originally. That's where Matthew Zhang comes from. He's independent now, doing his own thing. Independent. But the bot looks great. Just small changes, right? A little bit better reliability, a little bit better weapon. That's what we're seeing from a lot of these more experienced teams for this event. Just tiny changes, incremental changes, which is surprising. I was really expecting with the 3-month kind of lag that people would be coming back with some really massive changes, but that doesn't seem to be the trend. The general thought was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. With very few exceptions, right?
Yep.
Diamond Kris, massive changes.
And of course, this is an entirely new robot we're looking at here.
Well, yeah, and completely different robot type for Craig Danby.
Yeah.
Craig Danby here, a part of the Texas contingent today.
A lot of people traveling in for this event. I think you know, they had it circled on their calendar since spring. This
Yeah,
is the one
it's
we're
a
gonna go to.
huge field. Since we started restricting the field, this is like one of the biggest ones we've ever had. Okay, we are now loading into cage 2. So this is Cold Snap. Love this bot. It's got a great history here, and they're taking on Little Man. So Little Man from Matt Lantry, there you see him standing by, part of Team Pandemonium. It is a huge style, big vert. Look at the spinner on that. I love that anchor style spinner.
Cold Snap is a shuffler from Miles Sim.
Yeah, he's been working with this one for quite a while. Miles is a really talented designer.
Fight, robot.
See, usually running it as a horizontal undercutter. This time he's flipped it upside down.
Oh,
and wow.
Wow, great first impact there.
I think that was the correct setup configuration from Cold Snap, as they're going to get a one-hit KO, tearing off the wheel and the entire hub mechanism.
Miles, I talked to him earlier today, and I asked him how he was feeling about his matchups today, and he told me, I'm feeling really good. The robot's working great. The weapon's hitting hard. Boy, that proved out in that fight right there. Listen, if you don't want to have to worry about your driving ability, just end it in one hit.
There you go. I mean, it's got to be nice to be completely and utterly correct about something like that. Feeling good, weapons hitting hard, boom, one-hit KO.
One-hit KO, moving on. Thank you very much. Matt Lantry, considered widely to be one of the best drivers in the game, especially on Team Pandemonium. Not able to showcase it in that matchup at all.
Not much they could do there. I couldn't tell quite exactly what happened. Was Cold Snap able to hit the wheel first and avoid the weapon on Little Man?
I didn't see any weapon-to-weapon impact at all. No, I think it was just he was able to get a really good shot, and you could see the big dent kind of ripped into that wheel there. able to pry it off of the mount. And we're donezo. Miles Sim pulling in a win from Team Pandemonium today.
That's a statement victory coming out and hitting like that. So Cold Snap, someone to watch for the rest of the day.
Is just an excellent designer, really good at CAD work. His first robot that he ever brought here looked like he's been doing this for 20 years. He's now got some experience under his belt. And I got to tell you, Cold Snap's looking really good for this event. That was an excellent showing. All right, so we are going to see, I think a lot of people have been waiting.
Is that emulsifier in here?
No, it does look that way. It does look that way. So we're seeing Macabot for the first time. And yeah, you know what? It does have some emulsifier vibes, but I will go ahead and say it has Maryland vibes. These are very Maryland-style treads, as opposed to the emulsifier treads. But it does have big ol' honky weapon on it. This is from Team Honeycracked. Look at that thing. Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, this is a style that's been proven to be effective here. We're seeing more and more treads in this arena. They can get very good traction. Of course, the difficulty with treads is how do you keep them on? That's a bit of a dark art to maintaining the treads on the hubs, and then do you have a fallback if an opponent is able to tear one off?
Absolutely.
And so, you know, they have a lot of highs, they have a lot of lows. They're very kind of polarizing and hit or miss tech here. Honeycrack, of course, has been working on their treads with a variety of robots. They've got their own arena to practice in, and we'll see how that is going to pay off here. I guess my fight list here is a little messed up.
Oh yeah, I think I was a little messed up. This is Dead Rise. This is Immigrante Illegal on the other side. Dead Rise on Team Honeycrack these days. But they are, this is their first time, I believe, competing with Team Honeycrack.
2, 1.
Looking good. I like the changes. Oh! And they're still working. Okay. And there goes the wheel off of Immigrante. You can see the Coulson-style wheel gone and tap out. Dead Rise making a statement at this event.
That was impressive. Good speed, good aggression, getting the quick tap out.
That chunk is, you can see that is cut out of the door. That is exactly the diameter of Dead Rise's weapon for good reason. They ripped it out. That's Joe Copenhaver. He's now with Team Honeycracked. And this bot has done extremely well at other competitions, right? It has done really well at the Motorama competition. Did decently here at its last competition, but now being a part of Team Honeycracked, and we might be seeing some pretty amazing things out of Dead Rise. That was really cool. Immigrante Illegal from Carlos Vega. Two-wheel drive drum and beater. It is a pretty cool robot.
Compact.
Extremely compact. One of the bots here today from Mexico. We have so many international teams here today. Mexico City specifically has a really interesting combat robotic scene. Ingenuity is really like something they all take a lot of pride in. You'll see a lot of their robots with repurposed material. Top plates made out of license plates, that kind of thing. But typically very reliable, very well-driven robots. Now we're going to see part of the British contingent here today. So we're getting slowly but surely loaded into cage 2. Waiting on all of our officials to say that we're safe and that we're ready. It's Kevin Viagini. That beard is getting ridiculous on Kevin. He's going to get that thing sucked up in a weapon if he's not careful. So this is Chris Griffin 2 versus Kevin Biagini's Naso. Chris Griffin 2, there you see it's got a 1 pound weapon disc on it, made out of true hard ox, which is, I guess, a version of AR 500 steel. That's very popular in the British Isles. They're like, oh no, you got to get the real hard ox. That's the real stuff. No generic AR for us.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
It is just a massive, massive weapon.
It's like 10 inches. It's 10 inches of weapon. It's 1 pound.
Look at the
of hard
gyro
ox
effects.
steel.
The weapon is driving it more than the wheels.
That's what, when I asked him what the top speed on that weapon or on the robot was, he said, well, that depends. The wheels don't get me around very fast, but the weapon gets me across the box in a second.
There you go.
I love that this just scrapes the floor.
Yeah, what's your ground clearance on your weapon? No.
It's not. There is no ground clearance. Kevin being as thoughtful and controlled with these hits so as much as he can with Naso. You definitely don't want to go full bore into that weapon. You want to be really strategic. Chris Griffin 2 bouncing all over the box, launching themselves around. He's having a nice time with it. I really like this kind of dual wheel setup that they have with the flexible TPU gears in between. It's a very intelligent way to do the kind of horizontal spinner design.
Yeah, I really love how people are 3D printing gears a lot more, going into these compliant mechanisms. It's stuff that, a few years back, people say, oh, you can't do that, the tolerance. And it's like, we're in the arena for 3 minutes. The tolerancing on your gears and the efficiency you lose doesn't matter.
Right.
The lifetime of the gear might be reduced. Well, your total lifetime of the bot is probably 20 minutes. So
nice shot there.
Yeah, it's great to see the material advances that people have been making, and it's still running. I mean, the drive is at least. Weapon seems to have stopped, though.
Tap out.
There's the tap out. So it looks like size isn't all that matters for your weapon, as the big weapon here is going to take home the L.
Yeah, Kevin, one of the kind of head honchos over there on Team Pandemonium. He's a machinist by trade, self-taught in robotics, started out as a big fan of this event and is now kind of one of the head honchos of one of our premier teams. He and his wife, Ariel, both field a lot of awesome bots at every single event. Cool machine. I like Naso a lot. I'm always a big fan of that hub-style drum.
Mm-hmm. The best part is no part. Can't lose a belt if you don't have one.
Exactly right. We're actually going to see a real-life Weta kit here today, as far as the Weta weapons go. Those are rare to come by these days. But Alex Pezza has come back and actually built a bot specifically around one of those Weta hub motors. Curling your robot, not a bad way to get some exercise in for the day. We've got some 30-pound action coming your way pretty soon. We're going to see Kazaa Determination taking on Mochi. Kazaa's got quite the challenge ahead of them today. They are a championship flame bot, unable to flame. They are all glow plug all the time today, hence the determination in the name. Mochi, it's a new offering from MIT. And it's a brand new build as of Tuesday.
Oh.
They started it on Tuesday.
They started it on Tuesday.
Literally. I mean, they drew it and stuff
okay.
before that, but like they, yeah, see that dead rise hit? It made the box a little bit less safe to work in. So now we've got Jim in there angle grinding it to make it a little bit safer for people to walk in and out of the box. So their little toesies and their little ankles don't get caught on that. Don't worry, if you break our box, we'll just fix it.
Safety first.
Yeah, you can see Jim not wanting to inhale any particulate matter. He's got the spacesuit on. Fluffy watching on, making sure that Jim's work is well done. Kick plates are okay. They're sacrificial. They can take some damage. Yeah, that is unhealthy. We did have quite a few hits and damage on that front plate during that last matchup. All right, we are jumping into Cage 2, where we get to have Brian Boxell taking on the Cuttlefish.
5,
Brian
4,
Boxell and his
3,
premier
2,
bot, I guess you could say
1.
Eruption.
Fight, robots, fight.
Cuttlefish, yep, that's what Cuttlefish does. It does the thing. It lands like that, and then it doesn't get up. Cuttlefish is full of awesome technology, super powerful weapon, interesting swerve drive, but now they're done.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you try something new and...
Well, he knew. He knew that designing his bot this way would make it do the thing automatically.
Yeah.
He was aware.
Is it even doing the thing if you're just upside down?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, there is no upside down. It just rolls on its side and then it dies. Cool bot, though. I do like it.
I mean, who doesn't love a swerve drive robot?
Yeah.
Right?
And then Brian is locked in today. Like, that guy is ready to go. This is like a very focused, very calm, very collected Brian Boxell.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got a swerve drive. Yeah, I'm going to blow you up.
Have fun. See you later.
Yeah.
That was, what, 2 hits and you're done? Bye-bye. Brian essentially just turned off the robot after that. He was like, I'll just wait. We're good. Yeah, I asked Brian what improvements he has made on Eruption for this event, and he said none. None at all. I put about 4 hours of work into it, just getting it ready, but I haven't changed anything. I haven't improved anything. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this thing's working great, so I'm leaving it alone. I think that's really smart. I think that there's a temptation when you're a builder to do a lot of big upgrades and changes with this long break. And it takes a lot of restraint to say, you know what? No, we're going to leave it alone.
Yeah, it's like there's always this risk with a robot. You get it working, if you change something, it might not work anymore. You know,
Yeah.
you're putting in a little bit of risk with any upgrade. It might be a downgrade. This is in any technical sport. This is something that teams fight with. You need to understand fully why something is working to be able to improve it. Sometimes you might not know exactly why it's working and exactly how a change might play out. So you say, let's just keep it how it is. If it works, it works.
Brian's got a new job. He's working on like humanoid robots down in Austin, Texas. Still makes it up for these events though, and to get some time in with his dad and his friends. Oh, very excited about this matchup. I gotta tell you, Brandon Bennett Young has had quite a year when it comes to first matchups in competitions. This event is no different. They are going up against Toro Feather in their first matchup.
Now, the Toro Feather is a scary robot. You know, out of Brazil, one of the most durable robots there. The team known for indestructible the country known for indestructible robots.
Oh, yeah.
And I was talking to them. I said, well, what changes did you make? They said, we made it more durable.
That's literally it.
How?
We made it more durable. Well,
How?
they normally run old components, right? They made a lot of new components for this event, brand new shiny things.
5,
They like
4,
that kind of battle-worn component
2,
thing. They know what works and what doesn't, but this is
Robots
all
fight.
shiny new metal, shiny new armor. Brandon has made some durability changes as well. It seems like he's learned a lot more about welding this year. He's actually welded on the brackets that hold on his arms for the lifter. He's welded on the brackets for the forks.
Might be a little low here, having trouble getting around the arena. Did he lose a side of drive? Or oh,
Yeah, you can see the wheel.
See the tread has
hanging
come
off. Yep,
Yeah,
the tread's hanging off on that side.
delaminated. Seems to be driving a little bit better now that he's lost the lamination on
Oh, nasty weapon-on-weapon impact there.
that. Toro can get tossed around, but it usually keeps going. However, it looks like they've lost a side of drive here. Both robots have a little bit of maneuverability issues. Oh,
That lifter coming in clutch for Phenomenon right
Phenomenon's fork on the lifter side is stuck in the elevated position. Both robots now kind of unable to drive toward each other.
there. Yeah, not great. And is that the other wheel tread that delaminated off Phenomenon? Are they down two wheel
both
treads?
treads are off on
Yeah,
Phenomenon. That is a
interesting.
good call. They are just sort of skittering around the arena. Toro have spun down. Both robots have spun down here. Is that because they couldn't drive with the weapons spun up, or did they both break simultaneously?
Yeah, that was, the box got real quiet all at the same time.
A little bit of a...
Oh, nice little lifter.
Now that is where the lifter is going to come and play here. Is if we have a minute and a half of a pushing match here with both robots on one side of drive, that flipper arm could be a big difference.
And that was another flip and now a pin.
You got to think the judges are looking at this damage fairly equal. Phenomenon was dealing most of that out and now is able to push and lift Toro Feather around.
Very, very effective use of that lifter mechanism. Brandon has always told me having a redundant weapon is the secret sauce when it comes to this weight class. Nobody really is running one.
It is a huge advantage as we do see this situation play out in this weight class. You know, the 30-pounders cannot really be as durable as the Beetles in terms of, you know, it's just physics. The parts are more fragile as they scale up.
Yep.
And Toro Feather's durability improvements, not enough here. And there we see some spinning out of the weapon on Phenomenon.
Fascinating.
Oh,
Okay.
a little bit of twitching. So something is wrong there.
24 seconds left in this matchup. It is yet another flip and pop from Brandon Bennett Young, where you are getting some twitching from the weapon. The drive is functional. They are just missing their tread on the wheels, which makes it hard for them to push, but they're able to get more pushing in than Toro Feather, who's down an entire side of drive.
That was a close one overall, but I think Phenomenon spinning up there at the end, flipping its flipper. And now both robots actually driving
5,
pretty well.
4, 3,
That's not when you want it to happen.
That's going to affect the
Fight,
judges'
robots,
scores, but
fight.
I think Phenomenon's got to take that one. Kind of dominant from start to finish. That'll go to the judges.
All right, now this is one that everybody's been looking forward to. This is Happy Birth Sleigh.
We're still good.
Gotta say, I love this team's aesthetic with the funfetti sprinkles.
This bot is ready to go. They're going up against Gemini. The bot looks good.
Believe
Gemini
this
is.
Team Happy.
Talk about redundant weapon systems. We have those 2 lifter arms on either side of that egg beater style drum.
Spinning up there. Both weapons engaging, and Happy Birth Sleigh driving over Gemini like a ramp. Gemini now having trouble here. Looks like their drive isn't working. That's not good, but Happy Birth Sleigh happy to take advantage here. And what a hit there right at the end of the match. The tap out came in, not enough notification for the opposing driver. Nothing they could do. Sending him home. And that is quite the win for Rain Lee and Happy Birth Sleigh. As Gemini goes home upside down. Drive issues, unable to move. Happy Birth Sleigh takes it. Okay, joining me in the box is actually one of my teammates and fiance, Mary Commenti, is here to call a few fights.
Hello, Adam. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. You know, we were just talking about how there's a great happy vibe in here today. Everyone's come in well rested from the summer break with smiles on their face. We just got to see Team Happy in the arena take home a happy win. So how are you doing? How do you feel being here in the box?
It's amazing to be here and not upstairs competing. It's a different type of energy in the booth here. So much air conditioning, so much cleanliness.
The air
My hands are
conditioning
clean.
is new. It used to be very hot in this room, but it's nice and cool
It's
now.
incredible. It feels like a fall day in the booth here, and I'm so excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. So, you know, we've got new changes going around in the format, changes in the arena. We've got a good shot here of our new transparent kick plates at the Beetle Arena, allowing us to see a little bit more of the action. Looks like we've got something loaded into the big box here. Let's see who it is. Looks like we've got Big Hero versus Wabagon.
There seems to be an extreme difference in size between these two competitors. What do you think is going on here?
Which one is Big Hero? Actually, hilariously, Big Hero is the smaller one. Wabagong, I was talking to them. This is a sort of a true dustpan robot. You don't see a lot of them these days. Most dustpans today are actually just a lot of forks, but this is actually a big plate that they're going to try and scoop up their opponent with. TPU, you can see the infill there. Let's see what happens. It's a 12-pound prelim qualifying plate.
Ooh, it looks like those dustpans may be a little too fragile to pick up Big Hero there.
Yeah, one of the reasons you don't see a lot of dustpans anymore is it is difficult to design them such that you can corral your opponent. Bagheera there able to get under, deflect, and now around the back for a great pin.
These pins seem to be maybe taking a little bit of a hit on that dust plate as well. It seems like they're having a little bit of motion issues.
Yeah, something is now wrong in Wabagong. Something has Wabagong wrong.
Nice one.
But yeah, they might be high centered on something there.
It
Looks like a little
appears
disc.
there was a disc maybe from the wheel.
I'm not even really seeing the wheel so much anymore. It looks like the wheel might be missing, and that could certainly cause some maneuverability problems.
That's somewhat important to have. But now it looks like Bagheera is having a little bit of motion issues.
We just saw this in the previous fight. You know, big hits take it out on both teams. And now Bagheera, I think, yes, just requested the unstick. You can see it there on our new score bug. The little X next to Bagheera has disappeared. That means they requested an unstick. It was successful. Now they're able to move again. You can see the left side wheels spinning in the air. The right side wheels not really moving a ton.
And it seems like Wabagong's arm has also lost a little bit of motion as well as the weapon. Oh, no, the motion's good. The weapon's
Motion
low.
is good. You can see the weapon power cables are shredded. It's Bagheera now stuck on that dustpan.
It's exciting when things like that work.
Yeah, you can see the high centering on Bagheera's wheel there. Unfortunately, unable to release this pin. Wabagong's not going to get credit for it. Here comes a mutual unstick. This isn't going to count against anybody. They're stuck together, but that pin isn't going to count for the judges.
You can hear the referee counting down the 10 seconds that are allowed for a pin, and then if you can't release, that's when Fluffy gets in there and kind of raises a little bit of havoc on their own.
Now, will Bagheera be able to move from this position? They've been having drive issues.
It appears that both bots may have lost motion. Oh, no, they're okay.
Yeah, you can hear the... Oh, but Bagheera now does seem to have high-centered themselves. And Wabagong's going to walk out of the way and let them get counted out for, I think, a surprise KO here. Wow.
Knockout.
That has got to be painful for Bagheera and just a load off for Wabagong, coming out with a robot in pieces. And a victory against a robot that looks unscathed and ends up getting high-centered.
You can see some celebration happening from the team.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're going to hop over to Cage
Robots
2
fight.
here. This is Outrider versus Short Fuse.
Similar color schemes happening between both robots.
An orange vert versus an orange vert, but one of the orange verts no longer has a belt, and that is generally important.
Short Fuse coming in early with some great hits.
Ooh, Short Fuse, back up to speed. These beater bars can be very durable. Outrider, vertical disc spinner. They can tend to land bigger hits, but they are a little bit more fragile. We see them losing the belt right off the bat.
And what's the strategy, you think, when we lose the belt? Just kind of ram into the weapon as hard as you can?
What's interesting is it did look like Outrider was spinning back up for a second. Do they have a second belt, or was that just a residual hit from Short Fuse? I think you gotta hope you can, break their fist with your face at this point. But both robots not driving particularly well. Short Fuse here not really taking advantage of this unstick opportunity. They could be going in for more hits. I don't know if their weapon's down or if they're just kind of waiting it out. If I were Short Fuse, I would want to show a lot more aggression, control in these moments, but I think they're gonna take the count out here.
Yeah, I think they were hoping with that unstick maybe they could be back right center, but doesn't look like that's going to happen today.
Knockout.
Yeah.
If their weapon was spinning, they could potentially right center themselves by going into the wall. We don't here love that in NHRL because it damages our wall, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, unfortunately unable to self-right. They are moving a little bit now, but not enough, I suppose. So the orange vert wins.
Seems like we have a prop in the box.
Probably a safety lock of some sort.
Quite a few builders dressed up for Halloween in this October event. I've seen a couple of different costumes around the
dressed up
pits.
for Halloween, or are they just dressed up for NHRL?
You know, with builders, every day could be Halloween. We've certainly been a part of that, but
Yeah.
it seems a little bit more than usual.
I saw Unabonga is dressed up like Fred Flintstone.
I appreciate that reference.
We saw Team Happy earlier, dressed up in sprinkles. That was pretty good. But yeah, how do you think? What do you think people are feeling right now in the pits, Mary? You've been in the pits a lot with us.
I sure have. Well, this shot is showing how much more organized many teams are versus our team. You can see quite a bit of really nice layouts of tools so that you're not scrambling at the last minute. That's always super important.
I like to use a random sort organization structure. By keeping everything randomly strewn about the table, whatever I need will be an exact average distance away from me.
It does foster teamwork
yeah.
when everyone looks for the same screw or the same wrench.
We work together. It's, you know, it's team building, and it's algorithmically proven to be a more efficient method to store, you know, goods
That's
in the
what I've heard.
warehouse.
That's what I've heard. But yeah, I think it's still early in the day here, so I think you're just kind of excited for your first fight. If you haven't gone, you're dissecting what's gone wrong. If you have gone, and really if you're on that cusp,
I see
you're
a couple
hoping
people are heading out. I guess they've had
enough.
they've had their 2 fights. The pits tend to empty out as the day goes on. Ooh, Maximizer versus Ramp Buddy. Maximizer is a very unique robot, one of the founders of this sort of style of horizontal thwack robot. They're going to have that horizontal bar hanging off the back, try to spin around.
And Adam,
hit
it
you
looks
with
like there's 2 robots on Maximizer's team.
We don't see as many multi-bots these days, but we're seeing one here. Of course, multi-bots used to have a much easier to achieve weight bonus. Now you've got to be a little bit more specific about it.
Adam, that other robot looks quite a lot like Mako with Maximizer. Is that 2 teams coming together there?
Yeah, so I believe that one is called Boost. It does have some similarities to Mako in its design.
Oh, you can see Jake very ready.
Ramp Buddy has a lot of, I believe, TPU or forks sticking off the front of it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight,
It's
robots, fight.
Very wide, able to corral Maximizer right off the bat here, but will Boost be able to take advantage of those situations, and will it have enough power to cause damage? It looks like Boost has already been damaged, driving a little poorly here.
And early on, Ramp Buddy really getting some of these great pins against Maximizer, using those ramps and making a friend.
Not much Maximizer can do against Ramp Buddy here. It's just...
Ooh. It seems like Maximizer is one by one trying to take these teeth and forks off of Ramp Buddy and really try and utilize that to their advantage. But
see, one of the pink ones is now missing on the far left of Ramp Buddy, our right as we look at the screen.
oh, Boost getting a great shot there in the back.
I wondered if that saw would be able to do damage. It is 3/4 of the way through that frame member.
Quite impressive for such a little guy. On someone's wheel, it looks like Ramp Buddy has just fallen off.
Yeah.
That's going to be tricky.
Ramp Buddy's right wheel is off and the frame is half cut through. The match is paused now for an unstick, which is interesting.
Well, I did see there was a bit of a boost against Ramp Buddy against Maximizer, so there could have been a little bit of a pile up there. We'll get reset here shortly, but I am seeing that Ramp Buddy has lost both of their wheels, which may have led to this tap out moment.
It is hard to fight without your wheels. That was
They say those are
interesting.
important.
Ramp Buddy was doing really well, corralling Maximizer all through the arena. They get a little bit entangled, take a couple saw blade hits here. Now there's no wiring there, there's nothing in that spot. If they had been on the other side, there's some important electronics there. But that spot didn't have anything. Simultaneously to those saw hits, we see both wheels fall off. And that's got to feel disappointing.
You can see the house robot as well, really showing the dexterity and the flexibility of those forks in the front of
They got to be happy in the performance of the forks. They did lose one, but they were corralling Maximizer freely. They just got to work on the wheel attachment method going forward. We are going to cage 2, where we've got Singularity versus Baby Deadbod. Singularity is from Nathaniel Booten out of
Needham,
Massachusetts. And Thomas Weatherly from Hull in the UK. An international fight here, as Singularity is a shuffler horizontal ring spinner.
Wow.
And Baby Deadbod is a more traditional horizontal disc spinner with wheels. I mean, Singularity is going to have a 50% weight bonus. It's actually going to weigh 4.5 pounds. Ring spinners historically can be difficult on the durability side. Baby Deadbod has lost a wheel right off the bat.
And am I correct, Adam, in the pink on Singularity is showing us the front of the robot?
It does seem like that's pointing toward the front. That is also to help our judges recognize which robot is which. You'll see Singularity out of the pink square, Baby Deadbod out of the blue square. They have some blue tape on them.
Huge hit there against both bots. It looks like Singularity is powering down a bit. I'm not sure if that's strategic or if that's having any sort of issues.
I would think this early in the fight that is probably not strategic, as Baby Deadbod's weapon is still up to speed. I think that is probably the durability of ring spinners coming into play here, as any sort of tolerance tweak there, any bend in that ring, any displacement of a bearing is going to stop you. They are very, very cool when they run, allowing you to have essentially an invertible full body spinner, but they are tricky to keep running for the full match.
Well, Singularity is doing a great job. All you can do at this point is try and get that aggression and control of the match, especially if this goes to the judges. So they're doing a great job corralling Baby Deadbod, trying to push that weapon into the walls.
Now, this is difficult, but I always try to tell people, you know, turn off one of your motors and drive your robot with one wheel and try and get a feel for it, because eventually you're going to lose a wheel, you're going to lose a side of drive, and you're going to need to know how to drive around with it. Baby Deadbod, you're having a hard time landing the hits, starting to get a feel for it here as we go on.
Oh no, it looks like Singularity may be high-centered.
Yep, they're going to use their unstick here. You can see again the X disappearing from their name as they request it. Now they're moving. Yeah, there are little nuts and such on the ground here that have fallen out of somebody.
Hopefully those weren't important. And it does look like Baby Deadbod has lost that wheel, so if they took your advice and practiced that, then they should be all set here, but it is tricky.
Yeah, a lot of these fights you'll see the drivers start to get better as it goes on, as they get the feel for it. You know, when you're crab walking like this on one wheel, it is generally possible to go in a certain direction, but you've got to know the timing of the back and the forth on the stick to get it to work. You can see them dialing it in. They're getting more weapon hits as this goes on.
Got about 23 seconds left here in the match.
Baby Deadbod flying across the Atlantic Ocean to be with us here today.
Couple of flights around the box, too.
They don't want to be going home because they've lost a wheel, but Singularity is doing well.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Huge hit there right in the last couple seconds.
And it looks like Baby Deadbod effectively threw their own weapon away there at the end of the fight.
Easier to pack. Easier to take home the pieces than the big bot.
Just get rid of it. You know, lighter packing on the way home.
Exactly.
Gotta have space for souvenirs. I think we talk a lot about the end of the fight. You want to leave a good impression for the judges. And I gotta say, that is not a great impression to leave for the judges.
Looks like a bit of a yard sale in the box. We've got a wheel, a belt, a weapon, a chassis.
We've had a few fights like this now, reliability coming into play, robots losing weapons, and you mentioned earlier, you know, what do you do when you lose a weapon? Well, you just keep pushing your whatever you got into them, and in that fight, we saw Singularity just keep pushing that ring into the disc spinner of Baby Deadbod and eventually send it flying. You know, Singularity might not have been spinning anymore, but that ring is still hardened steel.
This is the point as a teammate as well, where you're just looking for every piece in the box, picking it up.
We need that nut back there. Can you give me that washer?
Everything's useful.
I need that disc washer spring for my
You only ordered 20. Everyone counts.
That shoulder bolt costs $10. I want that back.
Looks like we're heading to cage 1 now.
5,
Campesinas
4, 3, 2,
Ebrio versus
1.
Chop.
Fight. Robots
One
fight.
extremely short name, one extremely long name.
Campesino Ebrio Mark IV versus Chop.
Well,
Now, this is a good battle here. We've got Texas versus Mexico as Campesino Ebrio Mark IV is out of Zapopan, Mexico. And Chop is out of Richardson, Texas. Keeping the international fights going here. U.S. wins the last matchup for the international team. Take home a victory here. As there goes a fork off of Chop.
doing a great job trying to pin into the wall, get that perfect shot. But it looks like the weapon on Chop doesn't seem to be spinning. That's not what you want to have happen when you line up a perfect shot like that.
At this point, they might just not have spun it up yet. You're not going to fire that in, I wouldn't think. Well, they did. So
Speak for yourself. We do that constantly.
Is it down or is it not? But Campesino's weapon is looking very dangerous as it takes off another fork here.
Thankfully, the arm on Chop is working so they can self-right nimbly. Really important when you've got someone like Campesino coming at you with a full spinning weapon.
So Campesino Ebrio means drunken peasant in Spanish.
Seems pretty focused here.
Well, you can see a little bit of that drunken energy as they kind of flip all over the place, but still make it mostly where they're trying to go. No more forks left on Chop. The weapon not spinning and stuck in the extended position. Not normally what you're looking for. You can see that's messing up their center of gravity a little bit.
They have to be quite careful as well. That fork from earlier is sticking around the box. You never want to get high centered on your own piece.
Their drive is slowing down here too. Campesino Ebrio weapon not spinning as fast. That could be strategic. Maybe both robots, maybe they're having battery issues here, you know. We're a little in over 2/3 into this fight. Could be running low. This has been a hard fight back and forth.
This is also when you test back in the testing pit. How quickly does my controller turn on and off?
So Campesino Ebrio, I'm being told, took second at Motorama in the past. Looks like they're going to take this fight against Chop, although they are leaving it, you know, a little bit here, not being very aggressive. Neither robot really taking advantage here at the end of this fight. Campesino Ebrio is ranked 73 here at NHRL. 6 events, overall record 4-8. So they haven't been doing tremendously here, but they have been coming a lot, and I think this is probably going to go in their favor, but it is going to go to the judges.
And this is an important moment to show what's functioning, show anything you can to help influence that decision.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the fight, Chop didn't seem to have any motion at all, so probably an easy call there.
It looks like we've got 2 bots ready to go in cage 2. We've got Voxel V1 versus TPU Spam.
So TPU Spam is, of course, referring to the material they've made it out of, thermopolymer.
No, Spam I
urethane?
think is ham in a can.
Okay, that's true. I don't believe it's made out of ham in a can.
We don't know what's going on inside there, so
Yeah.
could be anything.
But it's basically rubbery 3D print material, very flexible, able to absorb the
5,
hits.
4,
They've got some nice
3,
looking steel forks
2,
there on either side.
Fight, robots, fight.
Voxel V1, of course, ranked 35 here, 14 events, 40 and 20 overall record. TPU Spam on the newer side, sitting at 1-0.
But a seasoned competitor in Peter Ganache.
Yes, he will be driving from his chair on the side of the arena. You can see him there. One of the best, if not the best drivers, especially of these rear wedge flipper style robots, just smothering in his driving.
Really exciting starting hits here in the first 30 seconds of the match. Seems like TPU Spam getting a little pin on Voxel, coming right underneath.
This is the original version of Voxel back from 2019.
Do you think the semicolon has any weight? Should we be paying attention to that semicolon in the name?
I don't know if that semicolon was on purpose or not. Mike Shore driving this from Pittsburgh, PA.
Maybe they're telling us there's more to come. Maybe a V2.
But TPU Spam here, getting in the little flips. Judges are going to like that in the pin, using the weapon that, of course, is valued in the rules, as opposed to just driving around and not activating it. They are using it here.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword for TPU Spam. You get Voxel up on your forks there, and they're right over all the good bits of your robot. So you have to be really careful in controlling when you get them on the forks.
Yeah, some people will watch a fight like this and not understand how difficult it is to drive a control robot so precisely to be able to smother an opponent like this. If Voxel gets around behind them, it would be very easy to flip TPU Spam into the ceiling and then start controlling the fight. But the design and the driving and the skill here to continue to point the front at them and keep coming back is tremendous. Oh, however, I am not seeing any movement, any twitching, any wheel spin out of TPU Spam, and with 46 seconds left, an unstick won't be enough to save them from a count out. They're going to request it anyway.
Might as well try.
See, does it come back to life, or did something pop loose inside? The way that robot suddenly stopped, I have to think a wire has come out, something important has popped loose. And this could be it for TPU Spam if this unstick ends with more than 10 seconds left. That is going to be it.
I have to tell you, Adam.
Wow.
That is one of the worst
Tap
feelings in the world.
Ugh.
When all of a sudden you're doing great and then everything stops.
When you're dominating a fight, absolutely smothering the opponent.
You say to yourself, there's only 30 seconds left. What could go wrong?
30 seconds left. What could go wrong? A little ding off the forks, and then it just stops responding.
It's like you line up for the champion goal at the soccer tournament or whatever, and then you just faint.
What a fight that was. And let's check out another one here as we've got Blue Marlin going up against Leviathan. We are in page 1 for this fight. A 12-pound battle. Blue Marlin ranked 18 in the class, sitting on an 11-7 record, 7-0 if the fight goes to KO. Leviathan, I think this is their first fight actually. Now I'm seeing this in the rankings here. I'm not seeing any record. So new robot from Julian Papassian. I can pronounce things. Out of Old Lyme, Connecticut, going up against Ben Bellinson out of King of Prussia, Pennsylvania.
Really exciting color and decoration on Leviathan, a little Halloween spirit going on in the weapon there. Hopefully.
Bob Bellinson out of Pennsylvania, my bad. This should be a great fight. Both experienced teams here. beautiful coloring on Leviathan. I love
5, 4,
these neon robots.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
It's a real treat for us when they're so bright, too. It's easy to follow.
The chat is asking us to feed the fish. Leviathan is going to be trying to avoid that fate here.
He's lined up a perfect shot there on Blue Marlin. Ooh. Uh-oh. That
Beautiful
is not
hits.
what you want to have happen.
That's why you got to be careful with the overhead saw weapons. They are not known for durability and weapon-to-weapon hits, and now Leviathan has to take on Blue Marlin with a slow-moving blunt hammer.
Hey, you know, enough hits with a blunt hammer is good for one hard hit with a nice hammer, I think.
Blue Marlin has to be feeling good about that. However, Leviathan is winning the ground game on the front-to-front engagement, so how are they going to be able to deliver the weapon?
Leviathan doing a great job trying to keep aggressive against Blue Marlin, put them in the wall, try and get something loose. It's about all you can do at this point.
Leviathan's going to try and win this in a controlled way through pins,
Blue
keeping
Marlin.
the front pointed toward them. They don't want to expose the backside to Blue Marlin's weapon.
And they're absolutely tearing up the floor.
As we mentioned before, you know, TPU Spam was getting a lot of points by using their weapon in those engagements. Leviathan tried to use their weapon in that engagement to get more points, and now they have lost. The motor is hanging now by a thread as they snagged Blue Marlin's weapon.
Maybe that motor can be used a little bit like a mace.
It's a little flail, yeah, a little flail and mace.
That was the strategy all along. Seems
This
we're getting
is-
an unstick for Leviathan.
I guess you get one of those per fight. Leviathan can't get stuck again. They would go straight to a count out. Looks like they still dragging around their mace there. Blue Marlin having trouble driving. Can Leviathan take advantage in the final minute? Close off with some good pins, some good control here. That is great, slowing down the weapon on Blue Marlin.
That's exactly what you want to do.
I'm hearing them request a pin release. It looks like they're unable to release the pin. There it is. Now that's not going to count for Leviathan unable to release the pin at the called time.
It seems Blue Marlin got stuck perfectly in the width there.
It's unfortunate. Leviathan's going to want to have these control points count for them. Anytime you can't release a pin when called for, the judges are instructed not to count that in terms of the control score.
Got about 10 seconds left here. You want to make your lasting impressions.
You got to think Blue Marlin is mostly winning this in damage, however, with half their drive seemingly acting up. That is going to count against them. Control and aggression. This is a tricky one to score, Mary. Who are you giving it to?
Well, I'll answer your question with a question. Is Leviathan's arm still being able to be used to pin and to hit, though bluntly, still counting as a little bit of damage?
So I think that you have to say the weapon is still operational, but significantly functionally impacted without that saw. So as the judges look at their scorecard, they're going to be able to check that box, right? It's working, but significantly hampered.
It's going to be a close one.
Yeah.
It's always those moments where that aggression and control really take.
You could see the robots were starting to do their function tests at the end there, and how Blue Marlin would be able to show their drive function could be the deciding factor in that. Did Blue Marlin end with no damage, or did it end with a little bit of drive damage, or did it end with a full side of drive out? That is going to be a major swing in points as you look at Leviathan driving pretty fine and with a damaged but still operational weapon and a lot of control.
Well, we'll look to come back to that decision in a moment. Now we have in cage 2 a couple of new robots here. I see Peter with his chair. Swiftly got to a new cage there.
2 chairs here at the arena for Hook'em.
2 chairs, 3 bots.
And they're going up against Undervolt X. which I guess is a modular robot because I have it listed as a 4-wheel drive vert, but I'm seeing it as a 4-wheel drive lifter with a arrangement of comb wedges at the front. Hookem is a multi-bot lifter, very similar to TPU Spam, which was just in the arena. And we'll see how this goes. These robots are deceptively effective, but that wedge in the front of Undervolt X is similarly a type of wedge that can be deceptively effective. Will we see the teamwork of Hookem work together or not? That, I think, is the difference here.
And Adam, I've got a question too. If Hookem loses one of their robots, is that it for them, or are they still good?
So Hookem both weigh the same here. At least I'm going to assume they weigh the same. They look near identical, which means that you would have to disable both of them to win the fight by KO. However, if one of them is damaged, that would significantly affect the score of the judges at the end of the fight. Now, how are the judges going to score this? Because the robot with a pink dot is in the blue square, and the robots with the blue dots are in the pink squares. That is not confusing at all.
We'll just have to remember.
Let's hope for a KO.
Is there any strategy here in 2 bots being harder to follow than 1?
It is certainly a strategy. Most drivers are used to fighting one robot against one robot. If there are 2, it causes a fraction of a second of confusion around which one to go after. And then that can cause advantages in the multi-bot's favor. As you can see here, an immediate pin.
We are seeing early fingers getting entwined.
I think there is a lot of TPU in the arena right now. With no flamethrowers running today, these TPU bots have kind of lost their counter in the 3-pound class. This is going to be a battle of the pins as Undervolt with a double pin here.
The fact that they got it, both
to
of them
release.
in that sweeper there.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Unable to get out. There they go, but I think they got 2 stuck. I don't think that's going to count. You see Undervolt X here now entangling with Hookem and trying to use Hookem to entangle the other Hookem.
Undervolt doing a great job trying to keep focused on one bot, but then use it against the other.
Hookem's teamwork here, able to get around the back of Undervolt X. Undervolt able to escape. This is going to be tricky to judge as both robots are just sort of back and forth pinning each other. You're going to have to keep a pin count. Good driving, good teamwork from Hookem, able to continually get around the back here.
It's difficult with the 2 robots. You really have to have that great communication box side.
You've got to be able to know each other's tendencies too, not just through verbal communication, but almost like unspoken. It's sort of like dancing. You don't want to tangle into your partner, step on their toes, in this case, step on their TPU wedgelets. And Undervolt X doing a great job balancing their attack on both sides of Hookem. And Hookem again comes in and disrupts this pin. Anytime the Undervolt gets a pin, Hookem able to come in and disrupt it.
It's a very one-to-one
fairly
right
quickly. You can see one half of Hookem there was stuck on something in the floor that delayed them and allowed Undervolt to get a good push, but then they come right in and separate it. You know, Hookem here, each half of the robot weighs less than Undervolt X. Combined, they weigh more than Undervolt X. But you wouldn't know it watching Undervolt X and Hookem go against each other. They look fairly the same size, fairly the same power, and it is fairly even when they tangle with each other. But
well, and the fact that this is the 3-pound class we're talking about here, the fact that any of them are this size is incredible.
TPU is a great material, freeing you from the dimensional constraints of metal or other solid materials. You can print them hollow, allowing you to make these very large 3-pounders. That's going to be the fight, and I would not want to judge that.
Absolutely not.
Hookem with a little celebration lift of each other there at the end, a little secret handshake.
And they fold up nicely.
They do fit together well. They would travel well. Of course, team coming here from Texas.
That's important.
Nice looking Texas Longhorns aesthetic printed into the TPU there.
While that's being decided, let's hop over to cage 1.
Look at those wheels. Those are funky.
Looks like a carriage almost.
Yeah, lots of little fingers. Is this, okay, this is Honeyfied versus Stumpy.
For a name like Stumpy, they're quite high off the ground.
Now, Stumpy is from Jeffrey Schulenberg out of Baltimore, Maryland. The reason for these weird wheels is that this is a 2-wheel drive, full body, multi-brain, vertical spinner. There are only 2 motors in this robot, and what they're going to do is spin this robot such that they kind of spin up and down the speed of the wheels. The wheels will be spinning at thousands of RPM, but they're touching the ground, so they don't actually spin that fast. It's the center of the robot that spins that fast. It's going to be really, really weird. And Honeyfied, a traditional vertical bar spinner, is going to have their work cut out for them as they go against the wackiness of Stumpy.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
There you can see the body of Stumpy starting to spin.
Wow. Honeyfied completely stuck in the wood barrier of the box here, and they look maybe an inch in.
They are very far in, but they did manage to damage those little spiky wagon wheel bits that we were talking about on Stumpy. That is drastically affecting Stumpy's ability to maneuver. Honeyfied is calling for the unstick. You see the little X disappear on our score bug. What a great unstick from Fluffy.
That was clean.
Oh, Stumpy is not spinning up properly. Their wheels are getting shredded, and Honeyfied is having a field day now that they're not stuck in the wall.
Stumpy, frankly, had a bit of a disadvantage as well from a height perspective. They're a little bit maybe too high for Honeyfied.
Oh! Honeyfied has to be careful. The only way they lose this is if they get stuck.
Tap out.
But there is a tap out from Stumpy.
Phew, what a back and forth fight there.
We were unable to really see how Stumpy is supposed to work, but it is really interesting by basically flooring the velocity to both wheels and then varying how much you're pushing power to each wheel. You can drive it around the arena while the body is spun up to tremendous speed. They weren't able to do it here. They didn't seem to have the design of the wheels particularly dialed in well. This is a very tricky robot to design because the amount of friction the wheels have with the floor is really important in terms of making sure they spin a little bit but not too much. The body is spinning a bit but not too much. Unable to get it going.
I imagine it's a difficult robot to test as well, because
No.
you kind of don't know where it's going to be.
Where are you going to test a robot like that, right? And so, tricky to do. It's a newer style of robot becoming popular. Like to see people start to dial it in. Traditional, of course, horizontal multi-brains use advanced sort of programming to be able to be controllable by people. What's interesting about these vertical multi-brains is it's just the person sitting there varying the speed by hand, sort of a tank-style control system that's able to drive them around the arena. Unfortunately, it didn't work there.
And am I correct in that this was maybe their first fight as well, so that's going to take a minute to
so.
dial in to exactly how far you push every element there to get the results you want.
You're trying with basically an entirely new design that has not been done many times yet. There aren't a lot of best practices out there.
pits here. Builder's hard at work.
The pits during our preliminary rounds are crowded and large and hectic with people and teams everywhere. We will be whittling down the field as the day goes on. The prelims are coming to an end shortly. We're gonna get into the KO show at 2 p.m. today on the main NHRL channel, so make sure to check us out over there as we get into the knockout rounds of the day. At that point, every fight will be win or go home. But today, right now, we're trying to figure out who is going to make it into the knockout rounds with our preliminary 3 fights. You can lose and keep going, but if you don't win 2, you're going home. This is Slam Plan versus Procyon. This is another 12-pound fight. We've got Slam Plan, a classic 2-wheel drive, big-wheeled vertical spinner from Brendan Steele out of Brunswick, Ohio, going up against Procyon, a 4-wheel drive vert from Angel Vidal coming out of Revere, Massachusetts.
Number 1 ranking for Slam Plan
Yes.
versus a new bot.
Slam Plan, the number 1 ranked 12-pounder
2,
right now. 3 events, 12-1 record.
Robots fight.
This is a tough first fight for Procyon.
Ooh, big hit there from Slam Plan. You can see the drive belt, I believe, of Procyon hanging out.
A lot of pieces of Procyon hanging out all over the place as Slam Plan is not giving them time to collect their thoughts.
Tap out.
And a quick tap out there from Procyon.
A quick tap out, a little bit too late to prevent that last hit. Nothing that Slam Plan could do to stop at that point, fully lined up, and Procyon is in pieces.
We'll just buff out those scratches.
Still able to maneuver their way back to the door. No doubt who is ranked number 1 for a reason. Procyon's going to hope that they have enough spare parts back in the pits.
You can see matching belts on either side of the bots here, telling the tale of what occurred. And this shot really showing the difference in scale and also the perfection of where that weapon is to really hit Procyon exactly where it hurts.
Yeah, Slam Plan, dialed in, destructive, powerful, durable.
What's nice is whatever's taped on Procyon there stayed taped. It's always the little wins in a time like this. You can see our stands starting to fill up with some fans for the day, some signs for bot parts. You know, might not get too many right now. You might need those screws, but later on in the day, definitely trying to get rid of some stuff.
As bots start to get knocked out, there will be more parts people don't want to carry back in their suitcases for these fans to take home and theirs. This is Toro Jr. versus Improvisation in Cage 4. Toro Jr., part of the Brazil contingency here. Improvisation, another Peter Garnash robot. Mateus Fritas, captain of Toro Jr. from the famous Rio Bots team in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This is their 5th event with Toro Jr., sitting on a 12-5 record. If it goes to a knockout, they win, sitting at 6-0 in knockouts. Improvisation is a very wide boy lifting wedge. This is sort of Smee-esque in its design.
And the winner of this fight is going to go on to fight Slam Plan. This is always when you think to yourself, is a win a win?
Do I want to fight Slam Plan? That might or might not be on their minds.
and especially this early in the day.
Hearing Toro Jr. won a dumpster back in July of 2022.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Improvisation doing a great job trying to corral Toro Jr., stay away from all the important bits that can get hit.
Well, you can see Toro Jr. trying to hit that weapon, the hub there of the lifter. Toro Jr. does not have a lot of bite, a lot of engagement. You know, it's kind of a shallow drum. An older design meant to fight other compact robots. As they go up against a robot like Improvisation, it is tricky.
And Improvisation is also a robot where there's not much to hit.
You can see them grinding an arc into the backside of that lifter there. Bits of TPU going flying.
Seems like that has allowed Toro Jr. to get a little bit more under that lifter of Improvisation.
Improvisation for this event was originally meant to have a flamethrower. Having to fight with a lifter here, as we are not running flames this event, but doesn't seem to be hampering them as they are controlling this fight so far. Wow, just clamping the weapon of Toro Jr. But there's a little bit more flex in that TPU than there used to be.
That's all right. I was built to take on some of those hits.
Oh, you can see now that flex making it more difficult for them to self-right when they get flipped upside down. That little bit of a delay, will that play a difference as we enter the second half of this fight?
And the little tooth of that lifter has gone straight off with that hit from Toro Jr., so that's going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, they are still getting a little bit of movement out of that lifter, but that is significant functional damage to the weapon. That could be significant as they try to self-right. So Toro Jr. has to be going for the damage victory here. I don't know if they're going to be able to knock out Improvisation, but they can rack up that damage score. They got a minute left. Aggression, damage, and limiting the control here is their goal, and they certainly are doing it the first 15 seconds of the last minute of this fight.
Hitting Improvisations right into the air with a very graceful hit.
Trying to get around the back here. Improvisation, a wide robot, and there goes the entire weapon of Improvisation. That is going to hurt in the judges' score. Improvisation also seeming to have some drive issues here, not seeing a lot of motion out of that left side.
Toro Jr. really trying to make the most of these last 15 seconds here.
They are leaving an impression with the judges in this last minute as bits and pieces fall off of Improvisation around the arena. They're going to end the fight on top of the weapon module here. But with Improvisation not moving very much, limited drive, no weapon, you gotta think Toro Jr. is excited heading into the judges' decision.
It's possible Peter's excited too. First of all, don't have to fight Slam Plan next.
3,
And second of all,
2,
held their own against Toro Jr. That's nothing to
Fight,
sniff at.
robots, fight.
Toro Jr., Robots, known for their durability and damage. We're gonna go right into Nightcrawler versus Ringleader as Ringleader goes flying into the air.
It looks like trying to line up the perfect hit there from Nightcrawler.
Ringleader, a wide drum. Nightcrawler, a narrow beater bar. You can see a lot more defense on Nightcrawler.
There goes the bar, or the weapon of Ringleader?
I don't know who that came off of. Oh, I suppose Ringleader, that was... I don't know what it was. But it was a piece of Ringleader is what I'm being told.
Stick that in there too. Who cares?
Ringleader's main weapon is a very nasty looking drum with large hardened flathead bolts as the teeth.
Tap out.
That's a tap out.
Yeah, you could see in this fight, Ringleader put so much weight into that weapon. They didn't have a lot of frame. They didn't have a lot of defense. Nightcrawler, smaller weapon, more defense, more drive, more frame, more control, able to deliver the hits. More balanced robot here, taking it home.
And is this Nightcrawler's first event with us? I believe it might possibly be, so that's a really hard fight against Nightcrawler. Looks like we're heading over to cage 2. And this is going to be Boost versus Blunder. I believe we saw Boost helping out Maximizer earlier today. So they're really getting a workout in today already.
We did see them earlier today in the larger box. I thought they were duct taped together here for a second. That appears to be
One of the
a weapon
nicest
lock.
weapon locks I've ever seen. Usually a weapon lock might be a tennis ball, a piece of foam you just happen to find and haphazardly stick on. That looked like a really nice, well thought out weapon lock. Kudos to you.
Well, Jake is an engineer and machinist, and there's nothing they love more than making custom 3D parts, and nice weapon locks are always a fun way to show off. Jake bringing Boost from Louisville, Kentucky, going up against Evan Rosenblatt out of Hollis, New Hampshire. Team WPI versus Team Defective.
Two huge teams here.
Got a shuffler here on Blunder. That's going to give them an extra 50%. They're going to weigh 4.5 pounds. Boost wheeled, only going to weigh 3. Will the extra
5,
weight give Blunder
4,
an advantage, or will the
3,
shufflers
2,
be their downfall?
Fight, robots, fight.
Blunder's ranked 51, 9-5 overall record here, as they are sending Boost flying. We saw the power of Boost's weapon earlier in that 12-pound fight, unable to deliver it so far here.
Boost like a professional gymnast, just landing on their feet every time. Love to see it.
Ooh, leaving their weapon head exposed here for multiple hits from the beater bar of Blunder. Not what you want to do with a saw, but it is still attached. And they are still going, but unable to get any sort of control going and deliver that saw weapon. You need to slow them down, stop them, get them pinned. The extra weight of Blunder is just able to keep them planted as they send Boost flying around the arena.
This is one of those times where you say, how much could a pound and a half do? There's a lot.
These robots look roughly the same size, but Blunder is planted to the ground with that extra pound and a half. They have cleated feet here, little tiny spikes on the feet, able to dig into the wood floor, get a ton of traction. Boost very speedy, but it's not winning the ground game, and it's just getting toyed with here.
And it looks like the arm on Boost's still working, but the weapon itself, the saw, is not doing so well.
And this is great driving from Blunder. Patience, aggression, keeping the front pointed at Boost, hit after hit after hit, not giving them a chance to collect their thoughts. We saw Boost earlier today taking on a 12-pounder, slicing through them. 4.5 pounds, too much to handle here, as we got 55 seconds left in this fight. Blunder just has to keep doing what they're doing, and Boost has to find another gear here. A saw blade-like Boost, all it takes is one hit in the right spot to cut a wire and win it and get a KO. But with 40 seconds left, I don't think they're going to have time.
It appears as if Blunder might have also added a little bit of armor to their top plate, which can also really hinder any damage there from Boost. That usually tells you where all the important stuff is, though.
20 seconds left, and Blunder has got to be happy with this one.
Boost flailing around, trying to show how much energy and aggression they still have.
I still work. Making it to the judges, no KO here, but I don't think there'll be any surprises with that judge's decision. Mary, thank you for joining me in the box. I think we're going to be handing it over to Sam and
Dima will come in as well,
who are going to be taking over for us. I'll be back later on for the KO show on the main NHRL channel. Make sure to join us there.
Thanks for having me, Adam.
Five, four, three.
All right, we are in cage 1 with a jump rope versus Ares fight, and we are off. So is the arm of jump rope and the other one.
You could not ask for a bigger damage start to this fight.
Oh my goodness, we almost missed this one, Dima.
You're right, Sam, but we did sit down just in time for the quickest KO I might have seen today.
Well, jump rope at least is still driving.
I see why a builder would tap out there.
Yeah, there's Colin Foster. I know he was working late last night on jump rope. But it didn't keep the arms on.
All right, let's get that cage open. Let's get the broom out. Get your front armor and a wheel. Let's get you those parts back.
Jump rope is pretty cool, but Ares is just brutal.
Ares is the god of war. Jump rope is cool and fun, and I wanted to see it drive more, but you know, Ares is tough and scary.
Yeah, and I guess jump rope's like a Gemini, an Aquarius.
Yeah, we can get into the heuristics of like star signing all these robots. It's, you know, it's a vertical spinner. It's a Leo.
Okay.
Nice, unique vice grip weapon lock.
Yeah, those arms go full 360 around jump rope, which is pretty cool, and they're still able to just like single-handedly lift a shuffler. So each of those arms can lift at least 45 pounds.
Those dual action lifters are so impressive when they're able to pick up the heaviest possible bot in the division.
But it's so hard to lift other robots when your arms fall off.
It gets hard. It gets really hard.
All right, we're peeking into cage 2. Ooh.
Looks like it's going to be Lifeline versus B-roll.
Yeah. So, Dima, you're kind of familiar with these overhead saw robots. You want to talk us through what's tough with them for a bot like Lifeline?
Where to begin? So, it looks like this one is a little thinner than I'm used to. I'm used to my hammer saws being really wide and being able to control the fight like that. This one looks like it's about, it might even not be as wide as B-roll. But, but you know, B-roll isn't hard to get under. That's not what it's trying to do. It's not trying to win a ground game of wedges versus forks, etc. So Lifeline should be able to line up something if that wedge can stop their weapon spinning hard enough that they can push them up against the wall, line up a shot, and send it.
Would you consider B-roll a big wheel bot?
That's a really interesting question. I think I do. If you look at the mechanics of the weapon, it
Five,
sort of fights similarly to
three,
the big wheels we're used to,
two,
like Slam Plan.
one.
Just trying to drive
Fight,
over you.
robots,
Hit them with the
fight.
weapon. Here we go.
All right, driving, looking for that ground game we just mentioned.
B-roll feels quiet.
That's true. We'll see if Lifeline is equally quiet. We haven't seen the saw blade spin up yet. Most hammer saws aren't going to spin the blade until they get the pin. It saves battery. And you have less gyro, so you're able to control it a little better.
That makes a lot of sense, but B-roll seems tough to pin.
That's very true. It bounces. It would be easy if you could push it forward while staying square, but it's not staying square with you. And then, as it gets perpendicular, it bounces off. Oh, you hear it spin up.
Oh, looks like a chunk got taken out of the saw.
Yeah, that saw lost a lot of impactors.
Is there a science to the selection of the saw on an overhead attack robot like that?
There absolutely is, and I won't speak for Lifeline's decision making, but you want something with impactors that are going to be able to saw through. And it's hard to explain all the differences that you can buy. As a minibot driver for Mako, I've seen all the saw blades that we've gone through. We selected the Shizuyu saws off Amazon. This is something totally different. I can't see the brand name, but it looks like a similar off-the-shelf saw. Not seeing it spin up again. We'll see how much damage it can do without those impactors. It'll still be able to hit with the others, but less impactors also means the saw is more vulnerable to damaging itself.
In a shattering sort of way.
Yes, absolutely. One of the weaknesses of a hammer saw is that you are sending a weapon potentially into their weapon, and your weapon is simply weaker. It's usually thinner than a spinning weapon or a disc or a blade. So you're looking for a weak spot, but if you don't get that weak spot, you could send it right into their weapon and the saw breaks. We see that a lot. It's sort of like a critical failure method of loss for a hammer saw specifically is just driving your weapon into their weapon with the servo. B-roll on its head, or on its foot. Side is probably the best word for it.
Wow. Twistering around the arena now. Looks like they're able to slow down, catch both wheels.
Lifeline trying to get a hit in the last 20 seconds of this fight. Sometimes if you know you haven't got a lot of aggression points with that weapon or a lot of damage, you just have to send it as much as you can in the last portion of the fight.
Yeah, if you know it's going to the judges, it's good to leave them with a positive impression.
Not a lot of damage on either side for that fight.
No, it looks like B-roll left unscathed.
As far as we can tell, with all the spinning.
Yeah.
It looked pretty unscathed. And you're right, it was very quiet. That weapon must be pretty dialed in. It didn't seem like it was weak or spinning up halfway or anything like that. It just seemed strong and efficient. B-roll looks like one of those robots that sort of gets more efficient and iterated on every time it shows up.
Well, Peter has been at it for a minute now, part of the huge team, so he's got a good support crew as well. And now we're looking into Cage 1, where it looks like we have Colossal Avian and Synthesis 30.
I'm a big fan of the Synthesi of all shapes and sizes. Corey Nason, the builder, has a Synthesis 3-pound and a Synthesis 30. Does he have a Synthesis 12?
He does, yes.
Had to double check on that.
And I'm sure he's got some littler guys too in the one, maybe sub-1 weight class as well.
Little synth.
Colossal Avian, another overhead attack robot, rocking some gnarly keep away forks.
Oh, those are going to be really tough to get past. You see those little, I think they're plastic, but do you see those little bunny ears sort of on the top of those forks?
Yeah.
You rarely ever see those. I think they're very underrated.
I like them when they're integrated into the fork, like they're actually steel as well. I think they can redirect some vertical drum hits. But if they're just printed, I'm nervous with them going up against synth.
That's true, but Maybe the flip side is that, you know, if they would tank a hit, they're gonna chunk off instead of, if they're a steel and part of the fork, they might bend the whole fork when they get hit.
That's a good point.
I say this as somebody who has run them on a Controlbot as sort of a, what the heck, let's try this. And I really liked them, and you really don't see them, but they're really good against vertical spinners, especially beaters, because they can sort of corral the weapon and keep it very far away from you. But Synthesis is not a beater. That is a very big weapon with a lot of reach. So we'll see how effective it is at really keeping Corey away.
Looks like some issues cage side. I saw weapon locks go back in. So the on-off key spin and no on from Colossal Avian. They're discussing it with our ref and cage manager there. Gotta get that blade position just right for the weapon lock to go through.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what is happening here, but
Little percussive maintenance.
Classic right there. The kind of thing you see more and more as the bots get heavier and heavier.
Interesting.
You're not allowed to bring tools down with you, so if you need to sort of smack or mallet something in place, you do have your weapon lock on hand.
Yeah, or your on-off key. I suppose they could pull double duty, but you know, you can turn any tool into a hammer by making your problems nails.
All right, weapon lock is back in. We figure out what's going on.
Just saw the ref say power off. That clockwise turn on the power key. It's a big switch in there.
We do get a good look at the bot this time.
All right, doors are closing. Wonder if Colossal Avian will be at 100% for this one.
Sure hope so. We do hear Corey spinning up his weapon, keeping everything paired, making sure everything's working good on his end.
Yeah, what's the time limit for leaving your bot on and dormant?
I like to make sure if we're waiting for, you know, everybody to get ready, or a bot's already on and we've driven to our corner, just wiggle the stick like 15 seconds, 30 seconds or so, just to keep it paired.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right.
Colossal Avian gets a box rush.
Sent it slow out of the corner.
Corey is on the wall, but Colossal Avian does not want to send that hammer saw right into Synthesis' stronger, bigger weapon.
I wonder if it's related to what was happening at the door prior to the fight.
It looks like it's spinning up full speed when he wants it to spin.
Keep away for it.
He's gonna send it.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh.
Is that a KO? Can Synthesis keep moving? Is he stuck?
He still has weapon control. You can see him powering off and on, causing him to kick, but I'm not seeing a lick of drive.
No, not on there's on stick. Are his wheels moving?
I think there's flames in Synthesis.
Smoke is coming out of something. Looks like, oh.
Yes!
That's a flick of flame too.
Oh yeah.
KO count.
Still didn't tap out.
Nope.
Love it.
Fought to the very bitter end. And a bitter end it was, quite literally, if you've ever smelled battery smoke. I think that was a battery. Once I saw that little spark of flame. ESCs don't usually flame like that.
I'm just used to lipo smoke being heavier, kind of sinking to the floor.
Yeah, when a battery gets hit like that, it usually kind of is emitting smoke until it doesn't have any left to emit.
Okay, so it's like a difference between rupturing the lipo and like overusing it.
I'm not gonna speak to that damage. Maybe I'll see what Corey has to say back when I'm upstairs in the pit. But instead of deliberating whether or not it was battery or ESC, just wow, what a KO, what a hit. Hammer Saw, top attack robot's always looking for that one-hit KO. They're looking to get you on the wall and line up a weak spot to get a strong shot on. But you saw, there's the fire extinguisher. You saw on the first pin, Colossal Avian had him against the wall, but you can't send it right into the weapon. That's sacrificing your weapon to probably not kill theirs. Corey has a lot of weight in that weapon. So he got another pin and looked for a shot where he could get side on and look for that unarmored spot on his top, a top attack robot.
And I don't think Colossal Avian got touched once by Synthesis's weapon. I think those keep away forks did a great job in this match.
Yeah, the Hammer Saw robots are really reliant on winning the ground game, which is interesting because we see them more often with wedges. Like we just saw Lifeline with a wedge.
Yeah.
And it had forks too, but you know, it had a wedge on the front, and we saw Boost earlier with a wedge.
Why run? I guess if you're fighting a horizontal, why wouldn't you run a wedge?
There's pros and cons, but I think for Hammer Saws, it's really important to be able to get under them and keep them pinned. A wedge, you might be able to get under them, but they could, you know, slide off of you, or you push them up against the wall and they drive over you, especially if your arm is back all the way.
Yeah.
With these servos, the Hammer Saw is kept back all the way until it's time. But there's a lot of ways to win the ground game, but I think these Hammer Saws work best when they do have those big forks that can keep you away.
That makes sense. You want to keep those weapons away from you while administering your own.
5, 4.
All right, looks like
3,
Cage 2 has a fight
2,
loaded.
1.
Fight, robots
Where we
fight.
have Jack Move 25, the looks like vertical spinner versus Tony Shark, the one that is propped up on its tail right now.
This is maybe the cutest I've ever seen the thing done.
Yeah.
The most thematic thing being done I've ever seen, maybe.
A tail stand.
This is, what a beautiful robot, honestly.
The blade even had a mouth on it. Looks like they're back up and at it.
Pointing the weapon right at Jack Move. Looks like there's a lot of gyro, though.
Oh, yeah. Drew Davis has been in the sport since NHRL has been in existence.
Tony Shark, I believe, is the same group of builders, the same family as Painwind.
Yes, this is their first tournament with Tony Shark.
You know, I always got to give it up for the aquatic themed robots, especially when you got multiple and they have these beautiful bright colors and shapes. I really am a fan of Painwind and right now Tony Shark.
Me too. There's just something about these zoomorphic robots that really does it for me.
Well, oh no. The weapon can't spin up because it's touching the ground now.
Yeah, big wheel bots really need both wheels.
It's in the name. It's reliant. The vertical spinner's got to spin vertically. The big wheel's got to have big wheels.
Or does it, Dima?
Well, now it's spun up because it's off the ground in a sort of biplane shape.
Knockout.
Okay.
All right.
Spun up but not moving, and the knockout count is called. A great fight, honestly. When I first got into the sport, you know what I thought robot combat is, shockingly similar to?
What's that?
You ever watch bug fights?
Like stag beetles and
yeah,
stuff?
Stag beetles, insects, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It can feel a lot like that sometimes. It's like really quick, big hits, and it's reliant on physics that might not seem intuitive at first, but once you understand it.
Yeah, and they seem stronger than they should be for their size.
Totally. There's that, and then there's also ground game and width and size at play here. Sometimes when I talk about this sport to people who are new to the sport, and I show them my robot Turbo Fiend, or I show them Mako, they're like, oh, it looks kind of like animals. Like, it looks like animals fighting.
That's cool.
And you see that reflected in theming a lot. We do have a lot of, like you said, zoomorphic themed robots, but I'm particularly a fan of all the aquatic ones in the room today. Blue Marlin.
Yep, Leviathan. Tony Shark, Painwind. All right, Drew Davis has now qualified for the bracket with this win, so we will be seeing him in our KO show.
Headed over to the big cage.
Looks like we have Kazaa, Determination, and Overlord. Overlord rocking that oversized vertical spinner, shuffler drive. Kazaa Determination is a modified Kazaa Light.
No flamethrower for today, but let's see if they can win the control game with their multi-bot four-wheel driving against Overlord's shuffling. It's a shuffler. It's going to be off the ground. It could be a little easy to get under.
Oh, I was wrong about Overlord shuffling. It looks like it's rocking wheels this go-round. And maybe they always have. And I was thinking of their other goofy large 30-pounder. Emperor, yeah.
No, you're right. This is a two-wheel drive bot, but I thought the same thing because I saw their uniquely shaped side guards, their wheel guards.
Yeah.
Those looked like they look similar to some of the shuffling legs we see on other robots. Jillian and Lyndon, the bot barons, as they're called, even though they're on Team Pandemonium, when they're building just the two of them, they're nicknamed the bot barons, and you see it reflected in all of their robots, of which they have very many. They have royal-themed names like Overlord, Emperor, Prince, who's also fighting today.
Jester, is that one?
The Fool.
The Fool.
And Harlequin.
Okay. Now, does Pandemonium have multiple sub-teams? Are you a sub-team under Pandemonium with Julian?
I would consider me and Julian a sub-team, but you know, we don't label ourselves like that, but there's only so many people you can take down to the cage, and I'm always going to be there with Julian. So in essence, we are a little sub-team.
So what did joining Pandemonium do for you and Julian? How is it different than flying solo?
There's a lot of resources available, not necessarily just the ability to have, you know, sharing parts and machining capabilities with other people on the team, but when we design something, we can show these other people and get their feedback on it, and we can also see their designs more closely than we would see, you know, just in the pit.
Okay.
Just, you know, I see your robots open and I can get a good look at it, but you know, if I want to ask the builder of Overlord, Jillian and Lyndon, if I want to ask them, how did you come to this conclusion? Why is your weapon shaped like this? I can get a detailed answer from them. They're my teammates. And then vice versa. We can talk about strategy from the Mako side and now the Leviathan side. Even though we have much less experience than them, everybody's always got something important to say.
And are there folks with their own specific niche on the team? Is there roles? How does that work? How is the structure?
Well, I wouldn't say that we necessarily follow roles, but people take on a sort of role. You know, Corey has helped us a heck of a lot, but I wouldn't say he's like a dedicated teacher or coach. We all help each other pretty equally.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm just hearing now that Overlord is using their 1 minute cage side repair time to try and get this bot in order for this match. 1 minute is not a lot of time, Dima.
It sure isn't. They've been in this spot before, though.
They have.
Let's see if they can work out the kink really quick.
I'm not seeing a lot of frantic fixing energy. I am seeing a bit of walking away.
Maybe he's going to go get something? Transmitter is still cage side.
All right, looks like the refs are communicating with the tournament steward right now. You might recognize Alex Grant as the tournament steward from Dutch Oven fame.
Weapon lock off. Drilling that left side top plate off. Let's see what the issue is. Hang in there, Lyndon.
Top plate is coming off. Weapon lock is remaining in now.
Is it a battery swap, potentially?
It's a big 6S battery. 6S meaning 6 cells, meaning 22 point something volts nominal, and then when charged up, it's over 24.
I can't speak often to the details of the parts in these big weight classes, but the batteries do get bigger and bigger and more powerful. And when things get bigger and stuff like that, there can be more points of failure. There's more cells to fail.
Yeah. Oh, and I see a tiny switch, a finger tech switch. I wonder what that is for. It can't be the whole robot.
I wouldn't think so. Wait, we're good. I heard Lyndon's voice say, wait, we're good.
I see twitching.
Might be alive.
What brand is that driver? I've never seen that color blue. All right, now they just have to put their top plate back on.
Reassembly here as fast as you can. Big, heavy-duty weapon lock.
I heard, unfortunately, come out of the steward's mouth. I wonder what that means.
I'm going to hold my breath a little bit. I do really want to see this fight. I really like Overlord. The Bot Baron's known for putting the biggest possible weapons they can on their robots.
At the expense of some other aspects of their robot, I believe.
I mean, if you've seen Prince fight today, Prince looks like a smaller Overlord, but the weapon is still really big.
And how is Prince doing earlier today?
I'm not sure. I believe they won their round 1, but they might still have another fight before they get into bracket.
All right, Overlord has left the cage. Lyndon has left the bowl.
Is that an unfortunate?
Jillian is still talking to the steward here. And we're going to move on to cage 2.
We're going to go back to the action.
We've got Iron Warrior in orange and Relax in the blue corner.
What a name. Drivers to their corners.
Ooh, you can hear how low that blade is on Relax. Floor scraping.
What a strong name, Iron Warrior.
5,
Oh,
4,
this looks like
3, 2,
the team that came from
1.
China.
Fight, robots.
Iron Warrior,
fight.
I think it's LBT Youth Club, something like that. Brought a bunch of 3-pound robots to this tournament.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the robots in the pit. Some really interesting designs. Stuck in the wall. Can relax for a moment, get right side up and drive on its back. Unstick is called for. Right, Iron Warrior's out of the wall. No free hits this time. Second time it's gone on its butt and doing the thing.
Interesting.
Angles towards the wall. All right, might have to spin down to sit down.
A lot of gyroing coming out of Relax.
Seems like a robot that's pretty difficult to control.
Well, you can hear the weapon touching the ground. Whoa, there's a belt. Is there still a blade on Relax? I think it's off, Dima.
Yeah, that's off. That's fully off. Belt and blade and all. The weapon assembly is as down as it could possibly be.
All right, this is Iron Warrior's fight at this moment.
Now, when a weapon goes down, a robot can still win on control and aggression, but without forks or a strong ground game, it's really, really difficult to get pins.
So what is Relax's best bet at this point?
In my opinion, I think they just want to stay square, try to drive straight at the weapon, and see if they can get Iron Warrior to flip off of a hit onto its butt or something like that, and maybe score a pin that way. But it's dicey. There's a lot of ifs in that statement.
They need some lucky physics to happen.
It does happen though. You know, the fight's never over till it's over, and I urge all competitors to internalize that, because you know anything can happen in the cage.
Absolutely.
And sometimes robots just turn off. Sometimes things come loose.
Whoa, okay.
Might be time for Relaxes on stick. Looks like Iron Warrior's letting them sit there in case there's a KO count, but I think they'll... Brett coming in for the unstick.
And even if there's no necessarily obvious path to victory, I think it's still worth fighting it out. As you can see, neither of these robots are seated, so there's still so much you can learn from getting destroyed.
Absolutely. There is something to be said for conserving parts for the rest of bracket, or, you know, stuff like that. There is money associated with this sport, so it can be imperative to be like, okay, there's no way I'm winning this. I don't want you to just chop up my whole robot. I could use some of this. But driving data is really, really, really valuable. I'd like to get as much time in the cage as possible, as many matches as possible. I'm not a tapper-outer.
No, I feel you on that one. And luckily, when you fight at NHRL, all of your matches are recorded in multiple angles, and you have those available to you almost right away, so you can review your fight footage. You can.
I review the night of. I tell myself I'm gonna wait a day and then watch all the fights. I never do. I watch the night of every time.
I understand. Now, do you watch other people's fight footage, like your upcoming opponents?
I do. I maybe, you know, if I was a better studier, I would watch everybody's footage. But for my patterns, I really watch my stuff over and over again, and I like to harp on my own mistakes to make sure I don't do them again.
2, 1.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. We've got Phenomenon and Dead Rise. Phenomenon coming out of the pink corner with the black armor. Dead Rise rocking the white armor. Woo!
Vertical to vertical. It looks like Dead Rise is the only one. Oh,
Tap out.
quick tap out.
Blink and you miss it.
Scored a couple big hits early, but you know I can see why they tapped out there. If your bot's fully down, you know you can't drive or spin your weapon. What data are you getting?
A bill. A parts bill. Quick one for Phenomenon. Brandon Bennett Young in the sport for a long time. Nearly 20 years. That experience comes into play. He's been in so many matches with this style of robot. He knows his robot's weak points. He knows when to be aggressive.
When to go for that finish.
How do you feel about that front armor package on Dead Rise? Would you consider that baleen up front there?
Absolutely, I would consider that baleen forks. I actually think this spot is really, really interestingly engineered. It has the wide ground game forks to try to win on that regard, but it also has the baleens to sort of protect the front from weapons that might have bigger reach than it, or hits from bad angles. It looks like that would be pretty competent against most horizontal spinners on the field. Like there's ways you can armor against a horizontal spinner without using a dedicated, really big titanium wedge.
Bent metal wedge. And do you think baleen is an appropriate choice to go up against a horizontal?
That's where it gets tricky. They can chew you up, but I think Dead Rise is really interesting because it's not the longest part of its ground game. That's the ground game for when you're already corralled into it.
Okay.
A horizontal spinner might be kept there, but if the baleens were really long, or there were no outer forks and it was just long baleens, they might be a little too exposed and they would get chewed up. And once they're chewed up and they're out of whack or they're out of position and they're not going straight anymore, they're up or to the side, it can get harder to win the ground game. It can get harder to drive straight on the floor. Baleens are kind of risky.
I guess you could say that about many different choices you have to make when designing your robot. It's like a balance game.
Completely. Now we're headed back to Cage 2. Colon 3, driven by Dawn from WPI, and Not Dead Yet.
I like that frame on Not Dead Yet. It's looking clean.
Really clean. Oh, you see that weapon spinning faster than the camera can track it. That's
smooth.
That's a beautiful weapon. Horizontal to horizontal. This is going to be a great fight. You have sort of a tombstone-like versus a more of an undercutter style horizontal.
Who do you like in that head-to-head?
I think Not Dead Yet might be able to hit the weapon assembly pretty easily.
Yeah, it's got to be a matter of reach.
I'm rooting for cute bots a lot of the time. I can't be too partial from the commentator's chair, but that's so cute. Look at it.
Yeah.
5, 4.
But part of the fun of a Cupid is watching it get destroyed.
Oh, totally.
Fight, robots, fight.
Colon 3 is louder than I
Yes.
expected. It's a strong undercutter. Some ablative armor coming off. Not ablative, but
It's like half their drive side is down on colon 3.
it looks like it might be stuck, but the weapon absolutely is not spinning right now.
Oh, that one wheel is not round.
Colon 3 already, 30 seconds into this fight, has withstood a lot of damage. I think the weapon is fully down. It, you know, if the angle is bad, it could be it just can't spin up, but maybe you try to run the metal into Not Dead Yet's weapon anyway to see if you can bounce them off in a bad position.
Yeah, they've got some big chunks taken out of that front TPU armor as well on colon 3.
Not Dead Yet doesn't look like it's taken any damage, but Dawn certainly isn't giving up. Doing a great job of staying square despite not having a drive side, not having half drive, essentially.
What more can you do, really, from this position? Besides try and keep your metal bits towards your opponent.
There's a tap
I
out.
guess you could tap out.
Once she was upside down, she looked high centered too. It's hard to tell, but you know, once she's not moving, she just decided, all right, now's the time, no more data. Not even necessarily sure if I'm pronouncing colon 3 properly. I feel like it should be kind of an onomatopoeia. Like every time I refer to that bot, I should just be going, meow.
Yeah. How do you pronounce an emoticon? Weapon lock's going back on. Every robot is required to have a weapon lock like that, and it needs to be clearly marked, so you will see those red tags all over the place.
Big fan of all the WPI crew. Even though Dawn isn't taking this one home, she's going to go back up to her pit table where she's going to hang out with Jaren and Cucotto and Power of Friendship.
And would you consider Eruption part of that WPI takeover we're seeing?
Totally.
Yeah.
Like
alma mater.
Exactly. Alumni.
Yeah. All right, an international match in Cage 1. We have Toro Feather and Immigrante Ilegal. Toro in the pink corner, Immigrante in the blue.
Really interesting design from Immigrante Ilegal. I like how thin that robot is.
Yeah, it's got like basics sort of vibes from
Agreed.
your teammate.
It looks compact.
And it's still rocking old school Coulson wheels. Love to see it.
4.
You really do love to see it. I love this old school design, the gray and black.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Beater to beater doesn't look. You see a couple sparks, but no one's going down yet.
Screeching, what went flying there?
One of those wheels we just mentioned is now gone.
Precious Coulson. A tonal shift as well.
Hard to get bite without drive. So
Yeah.
even if we can go weapon to weapon.
Uh-oh.
Looks like Toro. All right, it looked like their drive. It looked like they were maybe stuck for a second.
Yeah, it seems like they're having drive side issue on the left side.
Maybe.
Intermittent, perhaps.
It's hard to tell.
Not a lot of weapon coming from Toro either, though. Immigrante is still spinning, trying to crab walk on over to Toro, who is also crab walking.
I mean, Immigrante doesn't have a wheel, but if if the other one isn't driving particularly effectively, if Toro can't drive, even if they have two wheels, it's anybody's game still.
Now, I believe Immigrante is right side up.
Toro's trying to crab walk weapon into the weapon, but you got to be careful not to crab walk your back or your side into the, you know, big scary bar in front of you.
The frame on Toro is just such solid aluminum. It's so thick.
I think an unstick might be needed here.
Yeah, can they wiggle their way out?
Unstick is called for.
Comes Fluffy.
Thank you, Fluffy.
Fluffy's looking pretty rusty these days.
Maybe it's good luck to thank the house bots for an unstick.
Yeah.
I like to thank the bus driver.
It's just common courtesy. Oh man, Immigrante has really slowed down here. The weapon is no longer spinning.
This is a bit rough. Not sure if the weapon assembly is down, or it's just stuck on the ground and can't actually spin up, but either way, it doesn't look good for the next 30 seconds. Crab walking to the bitter end. Ref is calling for motion, and here's the KO countdown. 3, 2, 1.
All right, that's a KO for Toro Feather. Moving on to the bracket.
I like watching those fights where drive goes down and it's not chaotic, but you're still really trying to make something happen. It's one of those situations. It happens all the time, but you can't practice for it.
What do you mean? You can't practice crab walking?
I guess you can, but I've never heard of it. Never heard somebody say, I'm going to kill one drive side and practice crab walking in the test box for a while.
Why not?
Good question. Maybe there's only so much testing you can do and full drive practice is more valuable?
What's like the go hardest testing that you've heard about? Like who do you think, I don't know, is the deepest into it, is the biggest studier, the biggest grinder, the biggest practicer?
That's a really good question. I want to give it to somebody who I don't know, because I know that there's a grinder out there who's not telling everybody, hey, I'm practicing for 2 hours a day in the box.
Yeah.
I'm driving this thing and tuning my drive and tuning my receiver day in and day out. I feel like if that person's out there, they got to keep quiet about it.
To prevent having a target on their back?
No, just...
So that once they have such success, their secret is... Yeah.
You don't see a lot of that in this sport. This sport's very open with people's strategies and stuff like that.
Which
but I
is
haven't.
Awesome.
It is awesome. I come from competitive backgrounds where that is not the case, and I really appreciate that people are so willing to share their methods, their strategies,
and not just with their teammates, right, Dima?
No, just everybody. You can go in the pit and just say, hey, why is your weapon shaped like that? That's unique. I've never seen anything like that before. People are typically more than willing to share that with you, and. A rising tide lifts all ships. You've heard that saying.
Oh, yeah.
When people share their info, everybody gets stronger. All bots get stronger. The meta improves and shifts. I really, really like that about this sport. All the builders are so... There's no hidden info. And sometimes day of, people will be like, all right, I'm not going to tell you all my secrets. But for the most part,
yeah,
people are totally willing to share the how, what, when, why of their robot.
That's great. That's great. All right, who do we have in cage 2 here? It looks like Bean Supreme Refried and Baby Deadbod. Baby Deadbod coming from the UK. They're the black robot with the yellow spinner. Bean Supreme Refried, rocking that purple and yellow.
For those newly joining us, there is a 12-pound Deadbod, which informs the name Baby Deadbod. There's a baby version of their 12.
Yes. To be clear for folks out there.
And Bean Supreme Refried represents the fact that it's been iterated on. Bean Supreme didn't always have Refried attached to their name, but...
I wonder what changes they had to make to refry it.
They've made a lot of changes. I've known these two builders, Razi and his stepfather, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen them iterate on this bot for as long as I've been in the sport. They kind of started at the same time I have.
Yeah, they did. And both of you all saw such quick success.
Razi is a very competent driver.
He is. As are you, Dima.
True. Thank you. but I like to give respect, especially to Controlbot drivers, because you have to win off of the back of good driving.
Yeah, the mistakes are, you can't make them. You can't make them.
You can't make them because you can't win on damage. You have to win on the other two categories, aggression and control, and those are categories that rely on your driving skill. And because so many fights go to time, unless you get lifting style KOs where you lift them on, make them do the thing or what have you.
4,
You gotta be on your A
3,
game for the full fight.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Being Supreme out of the corner first. Baby Deadbot meeting it in the middle.
Pointing that big, tough dual action lifter wedge right into the front of Baby Deadbot.
Baby Deadbot's definitely going to be trying to get to the back of Being Supreme.
Rozzy's got a turn here. Ooh. The wedge is fully off.
That front hinge wedge is gone. That is their active weapon.
I think it took too many hits to the side, and it just, everything came loose.
Starting to get a jumpy drive there on the
wheel. Looks definitely chewed up.
Oh yeah.
That accounts for the jumpiness that you see. The wheel isn't flush with the ground. But Rozzy's not giving up, and he's driving his heart out still.
Yep, still no tap out.
Not over till it's over. But it's a very uphill battle. About as uphill as it gets. There's the wheel. No motion. You gotta expect a tap out in a moment. If not, a KO count's gonna start.
Just get chewed up until you're knocked out. Baby Deadbot. That was legit.
That's a terrifying weapon.
Those were really good hits. It's hard to get solid hits on wedges like that.
Oh, any wedge, but especially a Controlbot that's putting a lot of weight into that wedge. But that weapon, you see a lot of those tombstone-style horizontal spinners, not undercutters, but mid-cutters, essentially. You see a lot of them have like more rounded weapons, but this one is shaped with a really big impactor on one side, and it's asymmetrical, and I think that weapon can get a lot of bite force, and I think it got a lot of bite on the side of that wedge and just tore it off.
Does the rake of your weapon blade, does that how does that affect your hits?
So bite's complicated.
Yeah.
And there's the forward momentum of actually driving the weapon in, but absolutely the rake is a big factor. And you like, it's hard to try to suss out the like angle of that blade, of that impactor that you see. But if you see the sort of D shape on the bottom, that impactor that's jutting out, not the one that's jutting out the top, but the one that's jutting out to the side.
Yeah.
It wants to get a hit with that. And when it's spinning full force like that, the motion that it's putting into the opponent bot changes as opposed to a fully circular spinner.
That's very interesting, cool stuff. And folks, this is going to do it for our prelim rounds. Make sure you head over to our main YouTube channel for NHRL's KO show, and we will see you there.
See you, folks.